Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Dave. I'm one of the co-founders and also the CEO of Lyxel&Flamingo. Um, and I welcome everyone to another edition of Elevate. This one's special. This is the second edition of Elevate Scaling Beyond Borders, where we help brands understand more about opportunities that exist outside of India. And obviously, this is a great aspiration for all of us who are entrepreneurs in India. So welcome everyone to Elevate Scaling Beyond Borders. I would like to first talk about the fact that while India is a great market and it's a great time to be in India, it's a great time to be an entrepreneur in India, there's a huge growing consuming class uh, and there are big opportunities here. But we also believe that for a lot of entrepreneurs who have tasted success in India, the new avenues are also outside of our market. We are looking at markets like GCC, which is growing rapidly, especially now with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman, obviously UAE growing in a very big way. We're talking about European markets, we're talking about American markets, we're talking about a lot of markets that are growing in a very big way and also very, very receptive to products and services that are emerging out of our country. Because of our deep partnerships with platforms like Google, Meta, Amazon, we believe that not only will you get a lot of insights from what's going on in these markets, you will also hear from them as to how you can quickly hit the ground running when you want to establish yourself in these markets. So thank you so much for our partners, which I mentioned, and apart from them, Shopify, One, who are also here, PrismX, who's our key sponsor, because this Elevate is powered by them, and also Shopify. I believe that you will be able to understand a lot about what's going on in these markets and how some of our partners can help you establish a presence very quickly. So I look forward to all these sessions today and a lot of insights and intelligence that you can gather. And then we can probably have some conversations with the team members also. And we'll be happy to take you through a lot of detail level insights and maybe even help you set up or start growing in these markets. So thanks a lot. I look forward to interesting sessions, insightful sessions today, and a lot of knowledge accretion for everybody. Thanks.
For a few seconds and we'll just start.
Hello.
Hi. Sorry, मैंने कहा था कि अभी हम कुछ seconds में start करें. We are actually starting at 11:05. If you want to have coffee, we'll just be sending someone. Have some more coffee. Sorry for the delay. 11:05, we'll start positively.
Hi everyone, a very good morning. My name is Kuntal and I'm part of the international growth team at Google. I work very closely with the Lyxel team. They are our international growth partners from the last 3 years, and we have helped scale numerous brands who have done very well in India and then wanted to scale outside of our country. Now, before we talk about the insights, the processes, I just wanted to warm up the audience with a few questions about how much you know of countries and trends outside of India. So take it lightly, you can just make guesses, and let's enjoy the next 45 minutes together. So the first question is, which country in APAC has the highest English proficiency after Singapore? So a lot of countries around India, which country do you think, and I'll just give you a hint, which country do you think searches a lot in English? So that's how we are talking about proficiency here. Any guesses? You don't need to be right, you can just guess. Okay, the first guess is actually right. Philippines is the right answer. Here, 9 out of 10 searches actually are in English. Now let's move to the next question. Global app revenue is X times the app revenue from India. What is X? So basically we are talking about how much Indian apps can sell outside. So what is the multiplier at which the apps are selling outside of India? Any guesses? 70 times? 10 times? 15 to 20? It's actually 100 times. So yes, which basically talks about the humongous possibility that Indian apps have to scale outside of India. So if you have an amazing app that's solving a purpose for consumers in India, then you should definitely think about whether it can be relevant for people outside India. Which country in Asia has had the highest percentage growth in searches for Indian products? So we are talking about the growth of searches for Indian products, but from a country outside of India. Any guesses? Yes, Saudi Arabia is the right answer. Shubh has seen the deck. Although he was saying he has not, so you cannot answer the next questions. So I think that's all for the questions. Now let's talk about how we think about taking brands international. So whenever a brand begins to think about going global, this is the framework that we usually start with. So the first thing is identifying global demand. The second, how do you prepare for success? Because identifying demand and getting to know what is in demand in which country is one thing, but then you have to do a lot of preparation. And any brand that you will talk to or agency which is helping, you will realize that there's a lot that you have to do so that once you enter the market, you are able to succeed. So there's a lot of prep that goes into it. And the third step is, of course, reaching the customer. So how do you, first of all, find the people that will be interested in your products, and then how do you scale efficiently, profitably? Because eventually we are all in the business and we all want to make money. Now, before we talk about specific category trends, let's also see what's the overall demand when it comes to what's the overall opportunity that we are seeing here today. Now, if you talk about the global population, out of that, 5 billion plus is already on the internet, which means that that's the amount of people that you can market your products to. Of course, you'll have a niche, but this basically talks about how big the market has become because of the connectivity. And this number has been increasing over the years. Then the second part is digital payments, right? So one is audience are seeing your product, but are they able to pay digitally? How will you sell them outside? So this number has also been increasing. There has been a surge, especially after COVID, there has been a surge in digital payment adoption. $11.5 trillion is the digital payments market across the globe. And this number is growing at 15% YOY. Now let's talk about what percentage of, so there's commerce happening worldwide, what percentage of it is cross-border, which means that you buy from companies that are from your own country, but what percentage of that sale is coming from cross-border? So globally, 22% of global e-commerce is cross-border, which means that 2 out of every 10 products that people are buying are actually not from their country. So this is the potential that we are talking about when we think of cross-border or when we think of selling our products to people outside of the country. So out of 10 orders in any country, on an average, 2 orders are actually coming from brands that do not belong to that country. And this cross-border e-commerce sales, it is projected to grow at a CAGR of 14% till 2027, and it will become almost a market of $5.1 trillion. These numbers look very big, might not feel like how is it specific to my brand, but just tells you the overall opportunity that there is definitely an opportunity. Of course, every brand will have to find what's working with the customer, their own niche, how they resonate with the customer, but at least the pie is increasing. So the pie is expanding, and that's not an issue. We are not talking about entering a shrinking pie. We are thinking of entering a expanding pie. So that's the opportunity. Now the next part, which is good for Indian brands, is 55% of global consumers, especially in the markets, the bigger markets, US, Europe, Southeast Asia, they have shown preference for made in India products due to their perceived quality and value. So we definitely have an advantage, and even so now, because there are certain products and themes that we are known for. For example, let's say high quality cotton, spices, handicrafts, handloom, pharmaceuticals, some metals, etc. Right? We all know that. And also software. A lot of software also gets built in India, and then it is exported or sold outside. So we are known for our quality. Also, there's a lot of scope, but as all of us know, like certain products that are sold in India, and they are called export quality products, which means that we do have the potential to create high quality products for geographies outside of India and sell them at a premium, and we are known for that. Now, what does any business going international benefit? Why would they do that? So they are totally top 4 things that any brand looks at or can benefit from. The first is, of course, unlocking incremental revenue. You are doing X, maybe you have done whatever you could in the market and you want to unlock incremental revenue, so you want to go global. Second is reaching a global audience of new high-value customers, right? So if you are a niche brand, if you are targeting high-value customers, then there are limited number of such users in India because we are still a developing country, right? And everybody is targeting that top 2%, 5%. So then how do you find more of such customers? So you will find them in developed markets where, or HNIs outside of our country, where they have disposable income and they might be attracted to the products that you're creating. The third one is diversifying business risk. So you are selling, there might be huge competition, but you figure out that maybe in some other geo, there's not that much competition, your niche can work, then you are diversifying the risk. And fourth is, of course, creating a global brand, which if you are able to pull off, then in long run, it can be really profitable. You can continue to reach high value customers, you can continue to leverage the audience that you build outside. So let's talk a little bit more about identifying the demand. We'll go through some key categories that usually are exported outside of India in the D2C e-commerce space. So we will cover jewelry, we'll cover ethnic wear majorly, and then we'll talk about how we can help you on this side, on how you can identify this demand along with Lyxel. The second one will be how do you prepare for the operational excellence? So a lot of other things apart from just finding demand go into going global. So how can you do that? How can we help you? And finally, reaching the right customer. Now talking specifically about the retail opportunity. So the retail influenced export of fashion, durables, packaged goods will reach around $59 billion. So we talked about 5 trillion sales, like global. So that was global cross-border e-commerce. This, we are specifically talking about India. And this is going to grow faster than the global e-commerce. So that was 14%. This is close to 18%, and it will reach $59 billion by 2028. So the growth is slightly higher than the global average. Now, when it comes to fashion, Of course, apparel and accessory, this is contributing to 27% of cross-border. In durables, homeware, Indian handicrafts, as we discussed earlier. And in packaged goods, Indian snacks, cooking ingredients are very much in demand from Canada, Malaysia, and Australia, and mostly from the NRI audience. Now, when we talk about exports from India, most of the brands first try to start with the NRI audience. They are high-income audiences. They already have high trust in your brand because they belong to the country and they want to buy specific products. There are around 35 overseas Indians. Half of it is people who are from Indian descent, so they are citizens of countries outside of India, but they have fathers and forefathers who are Indians, and almost half of this is like NRIs, basically. They are still Indians but live abroad. And majority of population of those people is in US, but if you look at countries close to India also, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Malaysia, there's still a decent population that resides here. Now let's talk about a very profitable and very important category that gets exported from outside to outside of India, ethnic wear. Okay, so one question before we start this section. Which ethnic wear category is searched the highest globally? I don't want to answer from the first bench. Anyone from the second side? Second. Bridal wear? No. Cord sets? No. Leggings? No. Lehenga? No. So it's actually salwar suits. So across geos, you can see US, UK, Canada, Australia, and UAE. These are the top 5 geos when it comes to the demand. Salwar suit is the highest, and the second one is sari, followed by pajama. I'm assuming it is the ladies' wear. And then comes lehenga, blouse, and others. But salwar suit is the highest one. Now talking about the growth. Actually, if you look at the growth, salwar suit is not growing, but the category that is growing, and this is this is data for US and UK, actually saris is the category that is growing rather than salwar suits, which means that if any brand is entering or wants to enter a subcategory, they would choose, it would be preferred that they choose saris. Now, I'm showing this data, but the relevance of showing this data is that whenever you are trying to enter a larger category, it's very important to go and look at the nitty-gritties of data before finalizing what are you going to export, what are you going to promote, which category or subcategory or niche is growing in which geo, and where would it be, let's say, cheaper to ship, and where is the acceptance for your product. Now, just to add to that, if you look at saris, then you also need to look at what kind of saris. So the highest growth, the highest demand is of silk saris, which is similar almost across. However, in Saudi Arabia, silk saris and then the Banarsi saris are actually highest. So the insight here is that even when you talk about different kinds of saris, the demand can vary from country to country. So you have to look at the data, not just at the subcategory or the variant level, but also compare it across geos. Similarly, when you talk about color, surprisingly, actually the highest demand is of black saris, followed by red and white, which might come counterintuitive to us as Indians, but that is what the data tells us. Now, talking about jewelry, any guesses on what is the most searched jewelry category across the world, outside of India? Yes, rings is the right answer. Can you guess the second and third? Yeah, women know the right answer already. Yes, so it is the country, in terms of countries, it's US, UK, Australia, but in terms of categories, ring is the highest, and actually necklace and bracelet are almost similar. You look at the green and the blue line, and the next one is actually earrings. But if just look at the difference, I mean, rings is like many, many more times higher, which means that if you are launching a jewelry brand, definitely have good rings. It can be semi-precious. Of course, in rings, there'll be more demand for precious because it's being given for a specific purpose, but still the demand for rings surpasses necklace and bracelet many, many times. And in terms of metals, actually gold and diamond are the top search. So it's not semi-precious. Sometimes we may feel that the demand would come for lesser expensive categories, but it is actually the most expensive categories that have highest demand, gold and diamond, and then followed by silver and others. Now let's talk a little bit about beauty and personal care category. Now, interestingly, if you talk about retail e-commerce sales growth, the beauty category is the one which is growing highest. So one is the demand, where we talked about apparel, etc., apparel accessories. But when we talk about growth, the double-digit growth, as you can see on the right-hand side, is coming from hair care, skin care, cosmetics and beauty and fragrance. And when we talk about trends, specifically this year, clean ingredients, value hacking, wellness, health. So the beauty category is seeing sort of an influx of the terms that are usually used in pharma. So little medicinal, natural, all those themes are coming in, and this is being adopted by brands globally. And I think this specific theme is going to continue, and Indian brands, because they are already known for including natural ingredients, Ayurveda, I think this is a very good time for brands to create a niche, and they can choose to enter in specific categories. So for example, even now you see brands like Traya, which have grown in Indian market, just they are targeting a very specific need and a very specific brand story. So they have linked hair growth with hormonal health, for example, and that's how they are marketing. So any brand can create a specific story, a niche, and there are high chances that they'll be able to make it. So key takeaways from this section: understand the demand at both industry and niche vertical level. Keep a tab on trends within your category, very important. Understand the customer sentiment. So what are customers looking for? Are they looking for value? Are they looking for a specific story? What problem are they trying to solve? Leverage key moments in seasonality, because gifting is big and a lot of purchase happens during gifting season or gifting events. And diversify markets as soon as possible. So now we all know that US is going to impose tariffs on imports, right? Which means that earlier brands used to just start with US and just remain with US. They will not try to explore other markets. But I think now they are being pressurized to rethink. So any brand which is entering right now, I think expanding and testing in different geographies should be a critical part of the launch strategy. Now talking about how we can help you in figuring out this demand. So we have a public tool called Market Finder. This is available on Google. You just type it out and you'll get it, where you will be able to enter your website. It will identify the category and it will tell the demand of your category across the globe. A more nuanced, a more detailed version of this tool is called Market Explorer, and it is available with Lyxel Labs through Google. So you can give your category or subcategory and you can get a report on where does the demand lie for your products. The second is Google Trends. Again, this is available publicly, where you can see longer term trends of your categories across geos and the hot trending terms. Keyword Planner, again, it is available to all of you. If you have a Google account, then you can go to the Tools tab and it will tell you geo-wise what is trending, what are the keywords that are in demand. And there's something called a BDI CDI report that we also give, that you can access via Lyxel, wherein you will be able to see how your brand is perceived in different geos. And this is for little bit mature brands who are already present in multiple geos, but if they want to concentrate further, then it tells you where your brand is strong and where is the category demand is strong. And once you find a niche where your brand is doing well, the category demand is good, then you can double down. And similarly, you can ignore certain geographies. Now talking about the next one, which is the operational excellence piece. So what do you have to do on the operations side? 83% of exporting customers face at least one operational issue. So operations is very, very cumbersome, and most businesses struggle in this. You have to do translation, payments, recruitments, legal, taxation, logistics, customer service. All these things you have to figure out for your new geography. And this is very important because it also affects how the customer behaves on your website. So 72% of the customers say that they spend most of their time on websites in their own language. So if they speak a language other than English, then they prefer the website and the creatives to be localized. 67% of them will abandon cart if their local payment is not supported. And 82% are more likely to buy if the promotion material, which means the campaign that they see, is in their own language. So localization becomes very, very important if you are trying to target any non-English market. So making global feel local should be an important part of your strategy. Now, there are 3 localization solutions that we give from Google's end. The first is campaign translation. This is a free tool, again, available to all the brands that are marketing via us, especially via the agency, which is you can translate your text and your display campaigns in 190 language pairs. The second one, now we also have the technology to translate your shopping feed. And the third one, which is very, very new, is called universal dubbing, where you can dub your English, and now we'll also have Hindi, whereas you can dub your assets by using AI into multiple other languages. Before launching, you dub your video and then you use it. This is a case study of the ad dubbing that we did for Grammarly, and they saw 4x more conversions with the dubbed ad. I'll try to see if it's... Okay, maybe you are not able to hear it, but basically these videos showed the 2 versions of the same ad, one in English and the other one was dubbed. Now talking about the last phase, which is reaching international customers. Now you'll all agree that in the last 2 to 3 years, there has been a humongous change in the way we search. 84% people use an AI-powered service or device, even if they don't know, but they are using the apps which are AI-powered. Also the search engines that they are using are AI-powered. The way we engage, so on YouTube, the 2024 Vogue Met Gala live stream, it had 14 million views, while other content created talking about the event earned 550 million views, which means that the content creation piece is still, I would say, underutilized, and every brand has to think about content when they are thinking about engagement. And the third one is the way we buy. So a lot of consumers now are trying out different ways to buy. So BNPL, buying through payments apps, social commerce, where people are doing live selling on Instagram, for example, are becoming very, very popular. So consumers today, if you look at the consumer mindset, they want to do more research themselves, but they also want curation. They are looking for quality, but they want it at the right price. They are looking for a good deal, but they also want it to be aligned to their values. They want to do less impulse purchases, but they also explore new brands. So there's a lot of juxtaposition in the way people think about buying, and you'll have to figure out where do you put your brand such that one of sort of the subcategory of the needs of people is fulfilled. So as we talked, right, like people want affordable. There can be different niches like affordable new, affordable and sustainable, affordable and homemade, affordable and healthy. So when you are thinking about doing the positioning of your brand, think about what you want to be perceived as, and affordability definitely has to be one of them. But how do you pair it with something else? Then that you will have to figure out while branding the product. Convenience and life satisfaction are important. So 56% of people said that if it is something special, so if they are getting some curation or something personalized, then they are ready to pay more. Or if it is convenient, which means that either payment or delivery is happening faster, they are ready to pay more. So in a nutshell, if we talk about what do you have to bring to the customer, there are 3 major things. First is value. So they have to feel that whatever they are paying you, they are getting the value out of it. Second is confidence, which means that you have to inculcate trust. So whether you are designing your website, you have to show that customers are valuing or they are trusting. You have to show the trust signals. And the third one is entertainment or engagement. So you have to up your content game parallelly so that they keep engaging you. It cannot be just like a boring brand, even if it is hair care or even if it is any brand, apparel, fashion, there has to be some content element also in your brand which keeps the users engaging. So they don't feel that you are just there to sell, the product to them, but you are also a brand which is entertaining them in some way. So I think a combination of these three are important when you are trying to formulate the strategy for your brand. So just a snapshot of, and I think most of you already know this, but just reiterating, what can generative AI? Generative AI is big right now. It has immense potential, and how can you use it across your funnel? So first is, of course, content creation. You can now create a lot of engaging content using AI. You can create your catalog and your content. Now you don't need to sit and write the content for each of your products. You can actually give it a hint and it will generate the description for you. Second is marketing, the creative content, the segmentation, the targeting. You tell AI, it will suggest what kind of people will buy your product. And you also can just give your website and it will tell you what kind of people may be interested in your product. And the third one is, and I think this will go big in the next 6 months to 1 year, is customer service is going to be automated. We'll be seeing emergence of AI agents who will actually be able to talk to your customers just like any human customer service representative would. So it will bring down the cost. Of course, it will come with its own challenges, but I think this is the future. So if you are right now launching or building, think about what are the areas under each leg across the funnel that you can implement or start implementing generative AI, not just to make it richer, but also to make it more sustainable. Because if you do it the manual way right now, then you won't be able to catch up because your competitors will be using generative AI everywhere they can. So I think this is, again, very, very important when you're thinking of creating your strategy. So I think I've spoken enough. What are the overall ways in which we are going to help you going forward? First of all, opportunity identification. So if you want to identify where the demand lies for your products or your service, just reach out to Lyxel team, give them your projections or your ambition, and they will identify the opportunity for you, do the market assessment. All the tools that we have within us, like for our own teams, we have shared with the Lyxel team, so they have access to all the important data that will help you assess the market, assess the opportunity. Again, for localization, payments, experience and logistics, we have something called a partner hub, wherein we can give you recommendations of partners for different geographies. And finally, performance targeting, performance tracking and analysis. So this goes on and on once you start the campaigns with us. So as I've told you, email Lyxel team with your growth ambition, check your category demand, market explorer, take help of the agency POC, and then you will also get your country deep dive. So this is already ready with us. If you want to access, you just need to write a mail to your POC where you will get market guides for any country. All the big countries are covered here, so you can understand very deeply about that specific country. And also the UI UX, so all these countries are covered in the market guides for EMEA, Americas and APAC. And for the UI UX, we also have, similarly for all these countries, we have the guides. So we call them, they are like 10 to 12 pager guides, which we have created with a lot of research, which will tell you the best practices for that specific country. So if you are already exporting, you also, I would request you to take both these in order to enhance the experience of your website that you are giving to the customers. So this is how the UI UX guides look like. And this is how the partner hubs looks like. So you can get the recommendation for different partners also. That's it from my end. Thank you so much. I think I spoke more than the time given to me. But if you have any other questions, I'm here till afternoon, so we can meet and you can ask me. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Kuntal, for this amazing session. Of course, Kuntal is here for a while. So if anyone wants Hi. So we are starting our next session, which is on Weaver. I'd like Cheena Rana to please come and take us through it.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I am Cheena, and I head growth at Weaver. So if you're a brand that runs e-commerce ads or campaigns on multiple touch points, this session is for you. Can we have this? Sure. Let me. So Weaver is a data analytics tool that not only helps you track your marketplace presence, but also your media performance across all digital channels. So these are the common concerns that all the brands that we generally get in conversation with face today. So we have fragmented data across multiple platforms, be it Amazon, Flipkart, Meta, Google Analytics. So that leads to fragmented and very limited insights, right? So we need one common platform that helps you look at the entire data across different platforms in one unified view. Weaver is that system. So what do the businesses need today? You need real-time tracking of all your marketplace presence and your marketing performance. Then you need insights across all the marketplaces, different platforms, globally. The ability to monitor availability, reviews, pricing strategies across all the marketplaces, and even your website. And then a tool that keeps on changing and adapts to different customer journeys across different paces and different regions. Weaver is that tool. So what can you do with Weaver here? It is a unified dashboard view which is customizable to your brand needs. It is tailored to fit your specific goals, how you want to track the data, what kind of metrics do you need. So what we do is we customize even your metrics. That means if you have a particular metric at Meta or tracking it through GA4, what we can do, we can specify and tailor it so that the view that you have for your data is unified and at one place. So we customize the dashboards and also the metrics. All the data sources that you're running your ads on, and if your products are listed on different marketplaces, be it major marketplaces or quick commerce or any global websites, we can unify the entire data in one single view. So this platform will help you track your listing quality score, your reviews, your pricing, your availability on major marketplaces, quick commerce, global platforms, and then also consolidates your marketing performance from Google Ads, Snapchats, Amazon Ads, Flipkarts, and again, customizable. And not only that, it gives you instant and automated alerts. Your reports, be it different formats for CXOs, your sales team, marketing team, just share them with us. We can go ahead and customize the reporting and make sure that the alerts are delivered in the required formats in your inbox or even on WhatsApp. So these are the integrations that we currently have. We have the capability of tracking more than 100 platforms globally. We can also track your inventory analytics, be it your WMSs, OMSs, order management systems. We do have integrations with them as well. So all the major marketplaces such as Myntra, Flipkart, Amazon, US, India, UAE, entirely can be tracked from one single platform. That is Weaver. So let's see what we can track with Weaver here. These are the major metrics that we are tracking right now. We can also customize it based on your needs, right? So we track share of voice, share of search, review ratings, customer sentiment analysis, listing quality score, buy box, availability. And we can also monitor campaign performance across channels, customize reporting, then again, automated WhatsApp reporting. We are also working on e-com ads optimization and AI enablement. Some bit of it has already been implemented on the current live platform. So this is how you can track the share of voice and search. Share of voice can be tracked at a category level or a subcategory level on major marketplaces and quick commerce platforms. And also you can track your organic versus paid SOS on different keywords. All the keywords that you're running your advertisements on, maybe on Amazon, Flipkart, you can track the organic as well as paid share of search on these marketplaces. You also get insights. Who leads in the current category or for a particular search term, how your SOV or SOS is fluctuating during a particular period of time. So you can choose to have this data updated on a daily level or a weekly level or multiple times a day. Price tracking is another important metrics that you should be tracking right now, wherein you get a unified view at a parent product and child product level as well. We go one step further into tracking this pricing and availability at a pin code level. That means the entire hotspots that you want to track your pricing and availability on, that can be fetched through the same system. So at a pin code level, you get to see what is your pricing, your MRP, and different pricing fluctuations on Flipkart, Amazon, Zepto, Instamart, Blinkit, JioMart, DMart, whatever channels you would like to track your pricing on. Apart from that, this gives you not only the information about your brands, but also your competitors. You can have a unified view wherein you can map your own products against your competitors in a single view and track their pricing strategies, fluctuations, trends during different events, and also track the offers that they're running on each of the platforms. This also is available for QuickCom as well. Then moving on to availability here, availability in terms of stock and also making the product available to the end customer. You can track that through Weaver. You get to see at a pin code level where is your product out of stock right now, and also whether or not the inventory in the warehouse is available, right? Either way, we are able to inform you and update you whenever your products are running out of stock at pin code level, and also when the stock is running low in your warehouses. We also make sure that you are alerted and notified prior to running out of stock so that you do not miss out on any sales opportunity. Yeah. So you can get a unified view of all your marketplaces at one go, and you can see wherever your products is running out of stock. Whenever there is a product that could run out of stock or is unavailable on a platform for multiple consecutive days, we prioritize it to alert you and also ensure if you need any kind of support from our end to raise a concern with the marketplaces as well. The next important feature that Weaver helps you track is your reviews and ratings. Not across just one platform, again, a unified view wherein you can track your reviews and ratings from multiple platforms at a product, category, and brand level. We unify all the reviews and help you assess the customer sentiments and summarize them using AI. So you get summaries at a brand level, category, and product. You get to know which are your top reviewed products, your least reviewed, or worst reviewed products, even in a particular category or a subcategory. We go one step ahead and dive into customer sentiments. So we analyze all the reviews that we have gathered from multiple platforms. We consolidate them and help you analyze at a keyword level that what are people talking about your products. It helps in new product development, identifying issues. It could be a product issue or a post-sale issue. All those concerns can be highlighted and used to give feedback to the internal teams as well. It helps and actually has worked in the past as well with all of our brands who went back and even corrected the products or enhanced their post-sale installation services or maybe packaging. Yeah. So listing quality score is another important factor that helps with the visibility on your marketplaces. We have localized listing quality score analysis. So be it your Amazon, Flipkart, Blinkit now has come up with LQI guidelines that has also been enabled. You're able to assess and perfect your listings so that your listings are always on the first 4 pages of any marketplace. We ensure that it is in guideline. Also, if you scale beyond border and you're listed on Amazon UAE or KSA, Amazon.com, we have guidelines for LQS dedicated to special regions to specifically analyze the listings pertaining to one different area. So you get a copy breakdown, your media breakdown, and also your review breakdown. Any concerns with your listings are highlighted and sent to you. You can also compare your own listings along with your competitor product listing. We also share recommendations after analyzing the listings of all the first 4 pages, or we can go up to 10 pages as well, and give you recommendation on which is the best way to list your product, which helps you score 10 on 10 on the LQS meter here. Moving on to business summary reporting, we help track all kinds of metrics across channels. Now, be it your Shopify, GA4, Meta, Google Ads, Myntra, Snapchat, Amazon, Flipkart, all consolidated view and metrics will be available on Weaver. You can also choose to have different views for CXO, sale, marketing, ops executives, and give limited access or enable all kinds of access for them directly through the platform. With the advancement and enablement of AI in our products, we now have a chatbot that is dedicated to analyze your data quickly and give you quicker responses. So it saves time, helps you analyze quicker, and gives you insight where you need to focus on. So once you go live with us, all your data is protected and is available in the system. You can quickly choose to maybe get a weekly analysis of all your top performing campaigns, and you'll get the insight along with the data. After a couple of months, once the data keeps flowing in, you also get a unified summary, wherein you get to see, okay, what is my business like today, what is happening right now, and what needs to be done next. We have also enabled creative ads reporting now in Weaver. So all the ads that are running on Meta, you will be able to review and create custom reports directly from Weaver. So all your creative ads, along with the important metrics of different channels, could be tracked here. So let's assume you monitor your spends on Meta, but you want to track your revenue from GA4. That can be enabled directly here on the dashboard. So based on the nomenclature of the campaigns, you can pull in the entire data here and directly export this and share it maybe with the team members, or just let us know. We'll automate it to be delivered it to the inbox of the people that you want to share the report with. Yeah. So there's also an option to customize the reports directly from the panel, wherein you can choose to select your different channels and the metrics you want to pull from those channels and schedule the reports to be delivered to the phone numbers or emails. We have automated reporting. Now, the entire feature that Weaver has is built after an extensive level of conversations that we've had with different businesses over a period of time. Right? These are the major metrics that we have derived from all the conversations and presented in a unified dashboard to you. Now, the next step is, after a detailed conversation with the brands, we understand that each and every brand or a business has different kind of needs, different goals, and want to track the data in different formats, which can be easily done through Weaver. So why does it matter to have a unified dashboard here? So that you're able to fix and spot the issues before it starts impacting your sale. You perfect your listing quality. You analyze the pricing not just for your brand, but also your competitors, so that you do not ever market short. You're competitive if you want to enter a new market. Before entering the market, in the strategic phase, we can help you track and detail out the entire market in one view, wherein you get to see what is the share of voice of the entire category in a new marketplace or a new category in the same marketplace. So you get to see what are the products that are listed, the brands, what kind of pricing strategy they're following, so that you can decide where do you want to position yourself in a particular category on a new marketplace. So what makes Weaver different from the other platforms that are available in the market? One, it's a unified dashboard that helps you track all the major metrics across marketplaces and digital platforms. So you are able to understand how your marketing campaigns are impacting your sales, your visibility, and also your sentiments. So you get end-to-end visibility across channels designed for all teams, not just for analysts. It helps reduce the time that is needed to process the data and give you quicker insights. Even the notifications are customized based on your inputs. Let's assume if there is a brand who is leading in the share of voice of a particular category and wants to be notified whenever the share drops below 50%. But when you enter a new market and your share of voice could be varying from 2% to 10%, you can choose to be notified when your share of voice or such drops below maybe 5%. So this helps track all the major notifications as well for different team members quickly and multiple times a day. Again, custom reports by teams, channels, and geography. And this is built by the people who understand growth. So we continuously take a lot of feedback from different teams across L&F and also by the brands so that we can deliver the best possible solution to you. Thank you so much for your time. We can go ahead with the case studies for Weaver, and I'm open to take questions if you have any for me right now. Any questions with respect to how the data gets tracked? We'll be more than happy to answer them. Well then, thank you so much for your time. Yeah, please. Yes. Based on the channels, we do have the guidelines already configured in the system. So you get to see where are you lacking in optimizing the listings. Let's say you have not added the minimum number of images that need to be there. So you get that information directly on the platform. You also get notified so that every now and then on a weekly level or a daily level, you can optimize your listings. And it is channel specific and also within a channel region specific.
For a specific category, can you use specific SKUs for the competition and all? So that kind of market intel will be available?
Yes, once we start tracking the data based on the entire data that is pulled in, you can give as many recommendations and insights that you would like to have.
For a specific category?
Yes. Either way, we are open to customization. Right. Right.
So I'm saying inventory is one. Other is in terms of distribution. Third could be, for example, in terms of the optimization of the SKUs and so on and so forth. So just want to understand, is there a benchmark? What is there a threshold that we need for us to be able to do that visibility on Meta, for example, for X period of time? Will give us that kind of a thing because you'll be able to track competition as well as track us.
Right. For Meta, GA4, Amazon ads, we have plug-and-play option available on the system. You can directly access it. But for certain metrics such as pin code availability, price tracking, we need your product mapping, right? Product IDs for each SKU across platforms and a list of pin codes. It is a self-serving platform. You can directly add it on Weaver and the data will populate within 24 hours for the first go.
Once you throw the dashboard, then my team can kind of take it over from there.
Yes, yes, yes. Otherwise. Sorry? Yeah, so there is an account settings here in Weaver wherein you can just upload the mapping once, right? Because we need to understand what are your product IDs so that that mapping can be done, and you can also upload the IDs of your competitors. Once, yes, one time, yes. We can do that, but again, from a business point of view, it is very important for you to actually guide us. We can populate that information. We can fetch it from the platform and populate it, but then you'll have to create a unified view, right? Your top selling SKUs, your hot SKUs, or hotspots in terms of pin codes need to be put in the system once. When we talk about category, so SOS, this share of search that we have on Weaver, helps you track your share and also your competitors on a marketplace on a specific key term that you're running your ads on. So when you're running your ad, let's say on refrigerators, let's say single door refrigerator, right? So not only you get to know your organic share, but also your competitors. You can have a single comparative analysis directly on the dashboard to understand how your brand is positioned and how your competitors are positioned, along with their reviews, their ratings, their sentiments, and pricing. Yes, yes. Some bit of it would still be needed from the brand. See, not every brand is comfortable. Yeah. We are okay if you share the seller account access with us, then we can auto-populate every information there. Yeah. So is there any other question for me today to answer? Well, then I'll take your leave. We are available. You can anytime contact us for a free demo. We can have a demo or a trial account set up for your brands, and you can monitor the performance for a week and then let us know your feedbacks or a certain way or a format that you would want the reporting in. Thank you so much for your time today. Have a good day.
Case studies. Amazon की deck है.
A small intro about me. I've been associated with Amazon for close to 9 years right now. So initially I started with a B2B AmazonBusiness.in, which was India-based. Last year I was last 5 years I'm taking care of the global selling. I managed North America. Last year was Australia, and this year I managed Middle East marketplace. So I'm giving you a small introduction about how the global selling works and also how the Middle East marketplace right now there is, right? I believe, like, how many of you are already exporting to global, like, or you are at to start? How is it live in anywhere? Okay, great. So export is very simple. There's no rocket science or anything involved in it. All you need is like 3 to 4 documents which will help you to start your business in other market. And Amazon is giving you a platform where basically you are using Amazon platform to implement your products there, right? To start with, currently Amazon is live in 18 marketplaces, right? And there are a lot of targets, like it's close to 1 trillion where the plan is for this year, and it's growing eventually, right? Top marketplace, if you ask me, in the lights are like US is one of the top, followed by UK, then Middle East, then Australia. That's how it is starting it right now. And if you ask me about the categories, textile. Like textile is a niche category where you could say any bedspread and everything is a top selling category, and basically it's from the south. And few are from the north. So that's how, followed by you have leather, sports, beauty, HPC in all the categories. As I said, yes, we are currently live in 18 marketplaces, like you say North America where US, Canada, Mexico comes into picture. Europe, you have UK, Germany, Spain, Italy, France. Middle East, you have Dubai and Saudi. We have Australia, we are live in Japan and everywhere. So every marketplace have their own own documentation, which I could say is, like, it's not same. Like, say US need a, US you don't require any document, sorry, my bad. US you don't require any document, you can start with your India GST. Only thing is product compliance is something that differs. Consumers will have a different compliance, home will have a different, apparel will have a different. Same way for Australia, you don't require any document initially. You can just start, go live until you make a 70K Australian dollars. Whereas Middle East, you would need a VAT to start with. And Europe also, you need a VAT for each and every marketplace you are live in. So these are the top exporters from India. I have split it into 4 parts, like one north, west, south, and east, right? If you see north, these are the categories which are going more, like it's the top selling categories from that marketplace, from that region currently. And we are also having some emerging markets which are coming right now, like the cities like Jodhpur, Kota, Ludhiana, some new cities that are emerging right now. So what is global selling all about? What is Amazon is all about, right? So as you said, if you so this is a very simple step. Like if you're already live in India, Amazon India, you can easily connect your India account to global account. So it's just that one-click registration process where you need to do, where your India account will link to all the 18 marketplaces, right? And everything will be visible on the one dashboard. It's just you can toggle between the multiple marketplaces, right? And if you're starting fresh, you don't have any account in India, so all we need is one ID proof, one bank account statement, and the credit card. The reason why credit card is asked is, except India and Middle East, all other marketplaces has a monthly subscription, which is at $39.99. And this is not marketplace, so it is like one subscription for all marketplace. Say you're going live in North America right now, where you will be charged $39.99 for the 3 marketplace. Tomorrow you're planning to start in Europe, so you're not going to pay anything extra. The same 39 will be included in that marketplace as well. Whereas, so since if you're using the same login credential, same email ID, so it will be one charge for all marketplace together. How it helps, like you can, like all the 18 marketplaces you can link, and it will also help you in linking the reviews and ratings. So the ASINs, the catalog, whichever you have in India, right? The same can be copied to other countries along with the review and ratings so that you're not losing anything. It's not like you're going to start fresh in other marketplace. It's along with the Indian reviews, you'll be going like that. But wherein price will be different from each marketplace, which you need to update on. What is the benefits of it? So I believe everyone know there are 2 types of fulfillment that are there. One is MFN, which we call it as merchant fulfilled, and second thing is FBA, which is fulfilled by Amazon. So difference between both is FBA is something where you keep the stocks in Amazon warehouse, right? Any orders that are being from the customer will be fulfilled by the Amazon, which will give a 2 days promise and everything. Whereas MFN is something where you may need to fulfill order to order basis. Like on a, and second thing, when you start as new seller, right, you don't have an history, your account doesn't have an history with an Amazon. When you start as an MFN seller, so delivery late. So from the order fulfillment till the customer reach will be 15 days minimum to start with. Because Amazon doesn't have an history like how those the previous orders fulfilled. So it will be like a 15 days to start with. Whereas if you're starting as an FBA, it will be 2 days by default. Apart from it, all the last mile deliveries, anything that Amazon will be taking care of. And so that's one thing which, the advantages that you get with an FBA thing. So currently, we have 3 logistic partners. This is specifically for Middle East, right? There is a different slide that will be getting for UAE. So we have a send program, which is we are tie up with the Alljoy Logistics, who picks up your order. It's just like how you work in India. All you need to do is create a shipment, keep it in your warehouse or your place. The logistic partner comes to your door, picks your products, and delivers it to Amazon. So there is no in-between work, nothing is there from your end. All the appointments A to Z will be taken care by the logistic partner. So these 3 are the current logistic partners we are currently actively working with. Right. What all the other service? So we have advertising options where you can add like everything. Second, the Seller University. Seller University, huge, huge catalog of questions, queries, whatever you have, anything that you want to learn, everything is available there. It's just one click, you have all the videos, all the PPTs, everything is available there. You just need to search for what category, like say you want to know how the advertising works. Just search for advertising, you'll get it. And we have a service provider network. So just service provider network, which we call it as SPN network, right? So it is just like how the catalog is currently. So catalog, how do you work? You check the product, you check the reviews and everything, basis that you go for the products. Same way, service provider network also has a reviews kind of thing, where you can check for it, whichever service provider whom you feel is, where you can go on it. Right. FBA export is a regular, like where you ship the products, which we just explained. So I'll just take a small time on how the Middle East is and what is the advantage on it. Right. These are a few categories which are being exported from India to global. So this is not Middle East specific, but it's from India to global. So toys being the top category, right, followed with the kitchen, beauty, luggage, and furnitures. And on a Middle East specific, beauty is the top selling category. Consumables, because of the regular reuse, where the, and what I would say, like top category, if you ask me, hair oil is one of the top category. Hair serums are one of the top category. Beauty, SPF, anything that is more than 50 is a top category. In the consumables, in the Middle East marketplace. So this was thing. So again, next comes the cost. I want to sell my products, what would be the cost, right? So the first point, subscription fee. So subscription fee is not there in Middle East marketplace, right? It's waived off. Anything other other than Middle East and India, right? Any other marketplace you're going live, it's like what I said, 39.9 subscription fee is there. There's no additional expenses on that. Second is a referral fee. Referral fee is default, right? Like every product that you sell, there is an Amazon referral fee involved in it, and it differs from category to category. Like say apparel will have a different referral fee, whereas health and personal care will have a different referral fee. So it depends from category to category. And it's a percentage. There is no difference. It will be a fixed percentage which will be there for your products. And there is in consumables, there will be a percentage change. Like say for example, your product cost is $12, you will be charged 8%. Whereas more than $12, you will be charged 12%. So that is the only change in only in the consumable categories where you have a different charge. Shipping cost. Shipping cost is something like a FBA cost. So there is an Amazon FBA calculator which you can get. Like anywhere where you search in a Google, you get an FBA calculator where you can just, 2 ways where you can figure out what would be your margins or anything. First, you can take any competitor ASN or your ASN, which is there in that marketplace, add it, it will give you a cost split, where you can see as FBA calculator. Sorry, FBA cost. FBA cost includes your pick, pack, and last mile delivery. So from the warehouse, Amazon packs your product, all the packing material, everything. Second, to customer delivers, everything will be there in that. So there it runs on a volumetric weight. So the cost is also constant. If it starts from minimum $3 approximately. So you can get that cost is also visible in the Google. So like all you need to search for FBA calculator or in Amazon, you get the cost everything. And it's transparent. So apart from it, what all other costs you may incur? One will be your storage cost, which will be less, what I would say is less than a cent for each product, and which will be on a monthly basis, not an order-to-order basis. Followed by you have a LTSF. So LTSF, otherwise is called as long-term storage fee. say you have sent a products to Amazon warehouse and it's been there for more than 6 months or more than a year. So such products, Amazon either it wants you to liquidate it or take it back, because it's where it's occupying phase where they want other products to come. So there is something called as LTS or long-term storage fees which will be occurred for you. This will be occurring post 1 year, not, yeah. When the stocks is unsold for more than a year, that's when this comes. And this will be on a monthly basis, post 1 year. And next is the advertisement. So sponsor products is something that where you come into picture, where we bid the products and that comes. That is the other cost which will be incurred on it. Now complaints. So there are 3 parts. I'll split the complaints into 3 parts. One is non-food, one is food, and the basic requirement. Right. So basic requirement is if you want to go live in Middle East, like say Saudi in Dubai, you need to take a VAT in that country. Either Dubai VAT for Dubai and Saudi VAT for the Saudi. So this is a basic requirement. Next, I'll come into non-food. Non-food, like say, I'll say consumable products, any beauty, HPC products, you have a VAT, and the products needs to be registered in the Dubai municipality or Saudi municipality. This is the mandatory thing. Like say if you have apparel or health, other products, the product registration is not required, only VAT is required. So this product registration is only for the health and personal care products. And next is food. Food is a bit tricky product. Currently, Amazon doesn't have access, so Dubai is not allowing other sellers to launch there until you have a company set up in that market. So which we call as a trade license. So if you have a trade license, say if you have a trade license in Dubai, only then you will be able to sell food products or health supplements or medicine, anything in that country, or else you will not be able to sell it. It's a gated, it's a block category altogether. So as I said, so either you need to have a commercial license, either Dubai economy for Dubai and Saudi for Saudi, and with the activity type as food trading, food beverages, or general trading. For pet products, like if pet products are something that is growing really well right now. So pet food, anything, it should have a category type as pet fooding or animal. So only these trade license with this activity type will have access to sell their products in that country. Any doubts in this slide? Because this is more into compliance, that's the reason. Yeah, got it. Next, what are the advantages? Like the basic thing I'm going to start in Amazon, like I want to start in Middle East. What is the advantages from Amazon use? Yeah. One second, I'm not able to hear you.
I'm asking, what about the home decor category? Like,
Yeah. Document requirement?
Side tables and pots.
Yes.
So this kind of category, home decor.
Huh.
So it's performing well, and what kind of compliance is required for this category?
There's no compliance required. As I said, it comes under a basic requirement. You just need a VAT, right? Now, VAT is more than enough for you to go live in that market. And it's a performing, I'll connect with you offline on that.
Sure,
right?
sure.
Coming back, so NBA and NSI. NBA matlab new brand incentives, NSI new seller incentives. So these are few incentives which Amazon is pushing out for the sellers to launch, to initially to start up with the Amazon Middle East marketplace. So what all those incentives? First will be your referral fee. So referral fee, there is a up to 50% off. Like say for example, Amazon is charging you 12%. So you will be charged approximately 6%, not like 6 to 7% approximate, for each and every product. It won't be a full charge for the first year. So that's one. Second is you have a $200 waive on your Amazon partner carrier. So as I said, there is a tie-up with Amazon and the logistic partner, wherein you all need to just create a shipment, keep it, they come and pick it your house. So there is a logistic partner that's already available in the Amazon fulfillment, shipment creation part. So the first shipment that you send, there's up to $200, there's a waive off. Like if you are charged $400, you will be charged only $200 out of it. Next is Amazon advertisement. So advertisement, any sponsor product, sponsor brand that you run for the first time, right? The first advertisement, if there is a $200 waive off again. Like you say, you have been charged 400, and the 200 will be a cashback that will be credited to your account. And last is the coupons. The same way how I said, there's a coupons $200 waive off. Like all the redemption that the customer makes, right? So up to $200 will be waived off for you guys. So these are the current benefits that are there. Over and above, we get different benefits on a quarterly basis from team year on, like every quarter to quarter. So it depends on it. how do I register? So it's a small, simple 4 steps where you just need to register. You have a Seller Central account where you get a different login for the different marketplace. Then add products, 2 ways where you can add the products. You can either copy the listing from the existing market, either India, US, and any other marketplace, where you can copy it globally, or you can create your fresh listing. Then the compliance certificate, which we spoke about. To start with, you don't require any documentation. VAT, whichever I spoke, is within 30 days where we need to submit. So the initial shipment will be, you can send it with your regular GST details and everything. There's no additional documents required for it, right? And last is the payment. So payment will be of a 15-day cycle. Whatever the balance that you have in your Amazon wallet, every 15 days there is a certain percentage will be withheld for the next payment cycle, and the balance will be credited to your bank account. So it is like Amazon HSBC sends to your bank account, and the bank converts it into the INR and they gives. So from Middle East, it will be AED, from US, it will be dollars. That's it. Thank you. Any? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So I will have to then pay the subscription fees over and above whatever was earlier agreed, right? For example, you have other fees that you mentioned about subscription fees and some of the other stuff. But I'm not paying the subscription. I'm not paying the subscription fee initially because I'm getting into Dubai.
Yeah.
But eventually, when I want to go to Europe or Germany or Spain or wherever, then I'll have to restart that process, right?
Yes. So when you go live in other marketplaces other than Middle East, Saudi or anything, if you're going live in US, UK or anything, then yeah, subscription will get initiated. It will start. It will be on a month-on-month basis.
And that will be flat at 39.
Flat at 9.9. Say for example, you are live in North America, you are live in UK. So the money will get split. The charges will get split. So you may say North America will be $20 and UK will be of $19. So that's how it will be. But the flat amount is 39.99.
And the dashboard that we've created here for Dubai will also be the same, the same catalog I can see there. Same if I'm offering.
Yes, you can copy it. So, but the login will be different. At the top, you will have an option to toggle between marketplaces, like US separate, UK separate. So you will be toggling between the both.
And how can you help us in pricing? For example, looking at if there is AED versus let's say dollar versus let's say USD.
By default, right? I'll just give you an example. So there is no MRP concept other than India. MRP is available. MRP is mandatory only in India. And apart from other than India, there's no MRP concept. So what typically any sellers, the price that should be kept in, that should be is that it will be either 1.8 to 2x of your current India price. Your India price. Reason being, I'm just giving a Middle East as an example because we have seen people, right, who have seen the customers checking UAE price and then checking India price and then buying it. So because when you're costing them more than 2 to 3%, there is no, most of them doesn't because Middle East is very close and 50 to 60% is India population there. So that's one trend which we have seen. So by default, it's always better suggestible to go by 1.8x. But if there is a huge demand and if you are the only player, then yeah, you can work on. Max to max 2 to 2.5%, not more than that. Then you won't, it will not be able to, that will not be able to sustain that. It will be on a higher cost. So.
You also mentioned about 8%, 15% for less than or equal to $12 and more than $12. What is the magic of 8 and 15? Why is there no slabs like?
No, it's been set from the initial Amazon end. So it's basic. The question is like, why is there a difference between, for a consumables, when it is $8, why it is 8%, sorry, $12, why it is 8%, when it is more, why it is 12%. So there is no certain norm because anything that is $8 less, right, the package comes down, the package size is down. And uska ASP is very less. When you charge, like if your product cost is 5%, if you're charging 12% over it, then seller doesn't get anything. So they have reduced it to cost 8% approximately. Any doubts? Anyone?
Hi, I wanted to understand the AP process.
Sorry?
APOB process in Middle East.
APP.
Additional place of business registration.
Okay, sorry. So if you are part of a consumable, like if you're part of a food, like anything that we consume, health supplements, anything, right?
Power electronics.
Okay. It's basically you just need a trade license. We have service providers who could help you get a trade license there. right? It's not mandatory that you need to have a physical address or anything. They help you to get it. So through that you can get it. There is no, I mean, you need not, like once or twice you may need to travel there for the agreement signing and everything, but you will have everything done from India itself. India FSSI license, and that marketplace you need to have a trade license and you need to have product registry. Yes.
Hi. So let's say we are in the home furnishing business, and before we don't know the market there. We deal with so many designs and fabrics and sizes and textures and prints. Is there a tool with Amazon which can help us identify that this particular thing should work, or should we just send the items there for FB and then we realize the storage cost? And is there a tool to identify that some particular products would work?
Yeah, like say if you're live in India or if you're live in US, right, there is an Amazon solution tool. There is a tool that is there in your Seller Central, which give you suggestions like these products does well in which marketplace. For Middle East, we don't have, it's still under integration state, but other marketplace we do have it. Like say you have a US Seller Central, right? There is a seller growth tab in it where if you click, it gives you the products, I could say either products or which products you are into, which can do well in a different marketplace. It also gives you options like say in US, these are the products are doing well, why don't you add it? Those options also you get it there. It's everything integrated in the Seller Central.
And in the Middle East market?
We are working on it,
Okay.
so it's set to get integrated.
Right.
Any doubts? Okay, thank you guys, thanks a lot.
Dubai.
Chief Business Officer for International Markets. I'm based out of Dubai.
So any information, any query you have in terms of how you can scale your business in the MENA region, in the Middle East, he's our go-to guy. He can help you with everything. So he's here only. Please feel free to reach out to him. He's here throughout the day. And of course, even at the sundowner. Okay. So there is this one thing that I want to just talk about, because this conversation keeps happening every day in our office, and it's virality versus brand love. Most of the times, we get briefs that we want a campaign to go viral, and a lot of times, because I've been in this industry for close to 10 years, I kind of skew towards brand love, and I'm stuck in this conundrum, keep virality or brand love. So I just wanted to pick your brain and understand like what does brand love versus virality mean for all of us. Because while, जैसे बहुत सारे ऐसे brands हैं ना, who kind of hop onto the virality trend and we get a lot of attention, बहुत ज़्यादा हमें views मिलते हैं, shareability मिलती है, and then poof, we are gone once the topical dies down. And then there are brands who kind of play both. So they consistently kind of build on brand love, and they simultaneously kind of ensure that कोई भी चीज़ topical है, कोई भी चीज़ viral है, तो उस पे वो खेलते हैं. Of course, one great example is Zomato. But when we look at a lot of these brands that have been there in this market for a while, कुछ ऐसे brands हैं जिनकी ना line सुनते ही ना brand याद आ जाता है. So before we kind of start with the next session, I just again wanted to do a quick quiz. Just a second. So I'll give you certain taglines, and please take a guess. मैं options भी दूंगी. Please take a guess that which brand I'm talking about. And I'm just going to talk about the tagline because I just want to say that brand love, like virality is a sprint. Brand love is a marathon where you get long-term ROIs, long-term customer love. So always, for me, it's brand love over virality. If anyone thinks otherwise, we can have a discussion at the festive edit that we'll have. ठीक है. So the first one, दाग अच्छे हैं, taught us that getting dirty is okay. Which Indian brand owns it? Is it Rin? Is it Tide? Is it Surf Excel? Yes. Oh. Sorry. Surf Excel. What about you? Surf Excel. Yeah, that's right. See. In fact, हम कई बार जब brainstorm कर रहे होते हैं ना, तो there are certain brands that we keep gravitating towards. तो हम जब भी सोच रहे हैं वो दाग अच्छे हैं type का campaign करते हैं. The next question is, when I say कुछ मीठा हो जाए, is it Kit Kat? It's Cadbury's. यार थोड़े से और we should have, because our audience, most of us are marketeers here, right? How many of us over here are marketeers? Like, I'm a copywriter, but I like to believe I've become a marketeer over the years. Most of us are marketeers, right? इसके बाद I have something very interesting for marketeers. मैंने कुछ ढूंढ के निकाला है. ठीक है. And the last one. अरे कहाँ गया? Dash का जोड़ है, टूटेगा नहीं. Fevicol, yeah, that's right. So okay, हम आपको कुछ मीठा भिजवाते हैं for all the people who have answered it correctly. दूसरा session हम कितनी देर में start कर रहे हैं?
105.
105.
You guys have
Okay.
some time. You can refill your coffee, have some snacks.
Some
and
of the
yeah.
snacks are very tasty. I've tried few of them. I don't know their names, fancy names, but एक है which is like this risotto, fried risotto kind of a thing. It's really tasty. Please try it out. ठीक है? चलो, I'll see you guys. Oh, no. There's one very important thing. Because आज का पूरा session ही ये है कि, how can Indian brands scale globally? जो हमारे दो बहुत ही बेहतरीन sponsors हैं, the best thing about them is that they are made in India and they are helping brands, own markets globally. Of course, the first one is Prism X. I've already talked about them. The other one is Cerevan. Cerevan also helps you with branding and content solutions by connecting you through this ecosystem of OTT, digital OOH, and whatnot. So thank you, Cerevan. Thank you, Prism X, for sponsoring us. I think Elevate is just getting bigger.
So are we.
So are we.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you there? Perfect. My name is Ashok Sharma. I run the partnership for PayPal here. Today we're going to talk about cross-border. That's a topic which has been given to me. We are partners with Lyxel&Flamingo. I hope we can add some meaningful discussions so that we understand what cross-border is, and we also understand how PayPal is contributing to the cross-border for the merchants based in India. Right? Let's go ahead. Question session round. What's cross-border? Excellent. Who's the gentleman? Thank you. So when we do trade with different countries, we call it cross-border, correct? Straightforward. Now, this is just to give you a glimpse of what is the volume and scale of cross-border today. You see, by 2021, we are 785 million, okay? 2030 is 7938, that's 7 trillion. More than 7 trillion, that's the capacity of the cross-border trade, right? Just to give you some perspective. Now, the first question, you know, when a consumer wants to buy cross-border, suppose I'm a consumer, there's a website which is floating in India and the merchant is based in China or Singapore. What is the first question that comes to your mind? Can I trust this merchant? How do I know the website is credible? How do I know whether I get my goods or not? What happens if something happens, there's a logistic issue, where do I go? Right? Few questions. What's the payment security? Hey, whether my data is secure or not secure, what's going to happen? Right? Obviously, the product quality and assurance comes into the picture. Hey, if I order this, whether I get the same product, and if we know some countries, then we say, hey, whether I get this product or not. So these are basic few concerns which come to any consumer who's trying to do a cross-border. Correct with me? Right? To make a gist, consumers look for peace of mind. Hey, I'm putting my dollars in this website. I want this product. I just want this product straightforward. Nothing more than that, right? How can you support me to get that better? How can PayPal, how can Shopify, how can Lyxel actually build this infrastructure so that I, as a consumer, when I'm shopping on this website, I ensure that things are better for me. I ensure that things are the way it has been intended to be, correct? That's what as a consumer we think, correct? Either in terms of payment security, either in terms of the product quality, whatever things are, what's promised in a website, just deliver it to me, right? As consumers. Now let's see what merchants look at. Merchant has a website, right? I am a merchant, you are a merchant. Merchant has a website, he has launched a website. Now his first question, hey, how do I win the consumer over, right? You're launching a D2C website from India. You're trying to tap into the US market. The first consumer, hey, how do I look to convince my consumers, those are based in that country, right? So first question, how do I win my consumers, correct? How do I build this trust and credibility of this website so that Mr. So-and-so is coming here and understand, okay, this is a great website, let me buy this. How do I do so? That's a challenge, right, if you're launching something in the market, correct? Now, the important question here, I think some we have mentioned out here, is that the merchant wants to focus only on the business rather than security, payments, etc., etc. Correct? Because he said, let me do my business, man. I don't want to get into, there's a fraud in payments, there's an issue in logistics, there's an issue in XYZ. Let me get my business and rest you guys manage it for me, correct? That's what the expectation is, correct? You are with me, correct? As merchant? So I think there was one session which was going on. One gentleman said, "Ki yaar, mujhe na sirf dhanda karna hai. Let me just focus on the business rest. Can you guys manage it? That's what I'm paying for you, correct? Let me do my business." That's what PayPal is committed to give in terms of the reliability of the payments which is getting to be processed. I'll take you through on that. These are the basic questions here, correct? We solve for the payment piece of a website. Meaning to say that if you are launching your D2C website, you are launching your website and you're trying to win over a consumer, Now you're talking or participating to a payment provider who has got scale. We are a two-sided network, meaning to say that's something similar to a Paytm where there's a two-sided network, there are consumers, there are merchants. We also have a two-sided network. We have consumers, 430 million consumers, those who are using PayPal. We are a 24-year-old brand from US, still very, very credible, old brand known in the market, having consumers, those who are using PayPal from last 24 years, and 430 million consumers, 250 alone in US. Meaning to say that we at PayPal, we are not only giving you a checkout, a capable checkout, but we are also giving you access to my 430 plus million consumers. Those are using PayPal. That's the beauty of the two-sided network, right? You see some figures out here for 30 million consumers, 30 million active merchants. So it's a two-sided network, merchants, consumers, right? You see transactions, I think we process more than 25 billion transactions, transactions in a year. That's a count of the transaction which we process. So we're talking about scale, credibility, two-sided network. I'll take you through more points. Why PayPal? Now, when we talk PayPal, I think when we talk to merchants, I think the important and the most important positioning for us is that we are a global brand, right? You as a D2C want to conquer multiple countries, you can do in one go. You don't have to talk country by country, locale by locale, geography by geography. We are a payment provider. And the good thing is that we are globally recognized. People know us as a brand. So if the yellow button, what we call as the yellow button, the payment button is there on your website, people understand that you are a credible brand and they have some faith in investing in that website or doing that particular transaction rather than just abandoning. I think there's some important, beautiful stats out here. There was a survey done and which says that websites, those who have that yellow button or the PayPal button, consumers are more likely, 36% consumers are more likely to pay if the PayPal button is there. Take the other way. If on a website, okay, you're selling your D2C, your XYZ brand out there, you're putting a button, not PayPal, the chances of consumer leaving your cart is 43%. These are all surveys. This is not my data. All surveys. PayPal does not put any data without survey. That means there's some value to it, correct? We'll go more. Now, it's also very important that you as a merchant, when you're trying to get to PayPal, whether through Shopify or through any other platform, through Magento, any other platform, trying to get to direct also to PayPal, what actually happens is that you, as a merchant, wanted to make it very, very simple. I want the integration to be very simple. I don't have the bandwidth, boss. I don't want to invest so much in the tech, and we have made it for you. If you want to have a much more detailed discussion, what are the types of solutions which PayPal is providing? We are here in this room. Me, my colleague Raghavendra is here from sales. You can please come on. We have a room dedicated here for PayPal. We can come, talk. We'll let you know the different types of products, simple, complex, market by market, geo by geo, what do you want? Right? We can do so. Just for example, we have the simplest product also. We have the most complex product also. You have heard for the name called Braintree. Braintree is our product, the most complex product in the cross-border ever. We have it. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I have a habit of walking, yeah. Okay, so there's no monthly fee also, just today, there's no monthly fee for you to set up PayPal. And the good thing is that you can access PayPal not only directly, but through a host of other partners which we have integrated. So PayPal is available with Shopify, PayPal is available with Wix, it's available with Magento, WooCommerce, any platform you name, we are there. In India, just to give some example, we are also partnered with PSPs. So suppose tomorrow you say, Ashok, I have a Razorpay, I have a PayU, I have a cash free. You can enable PayPal from there also. So we have made it very, very simple to the consumers or the merchants saying that you want PayPal. We have tried to increase the length and breadth of the distribution out there so that you can take PayPal from anywhere you want. So that things are very simple for you. You just Again, the same phenomenon, a same mantra. You just focus on the business, give the payment orchestration to PayPal, will manage the rest for you, right? Now, a very, very important factor in cross-border is risk management. See, we all do domestic business. We understand, what chargebacks are, what risks are. Things are very, very complex in cross-border. You got to trust, or you got to take any payment gateway which has got these capability, a secret sauce, to give you some prevention in terms of the risk. The first point is very, very important. I tell you, I keep on dealing with merchants. The reason why PayPal sells in the market is because of the first point. It's handled the risk management and security for you. When I say we are a two-sided network, 430 million consumers, that means I have got the access to that merchant, the data and the cards. I know who is the bad actor. I know which is a genuine transaction which is coming. So your transactions are safe with me in terms of the risk and the fraud with the bad actors can come into the network. Very, very important factor. Yeah? Now, if you see cross-border, there's another phenomenon which is chargeback. We all know chargeback, correct? Anybody who has done cross-border will for sure know what chargebacks are. Now, chargebacks cannot be prevented, but it can be done in a way that you know what has to be done when a chargeback comes to you, right? Because in cross-border, I was just talking to somebody, some trader in Surat, some artificial diamond jewelry. He say, my ticket size is $5,000. And if I get a chargeback, boss, I'm ruined for the entire year. $5,000 is huge for India, you understand? 4 lakh rupees, I'm gone. So what do we do in chargeback? You got to understand that chargeback is a digital phenomenon from the cards network. We cannot control that, but we can help you mitigate that. How? Methods are there. Please come to a discussion with us. We can help you understand how you can get your compelling evidence so that you're able to prevent your chargeback, right? And there's another factor. So if your consumer is transacting through PayPal, so PayPal is a wallet, by the way. We all know, right? PayPal is a wallet. And we also serve cards. So if the consumer has transacted through PayPal, you as a merchant, to prevent the chargeback, your probability increases because we have the details of the merchant there, rather than if the merchant has transacted through cards. So we can talk in detail. This is a much more wider discussion just to give you some understanding. We're there to help you to prevent the chargebacks also. It cannot be said that we say that if you come to PayPal, there will be no chargeback. That's a wrong statement. We can help you understand how you can prepare your compelling evidence so that you can prevent your chargeback, right? I think the last 3 points are again the similar, where we actually we do monitoring of the transactions 24/7 so that you understand the transaction which is filtered and your consumers are able to do. Be rest assured that PayPal has done the due diligence. Generally, the transaction is getting through, the processing is getting through, right? So that we prevent the bad actors there. That's the secret sourcing at the back end, is that we prevent the bad actors and you only see the right transactions, right consumers coming to your platform, right? From the transactions point of view. Till there we are fine, right? I mean, we are okay on this. I don't want to make it long and boring. I think, yeah. I think this is all about what PayPal has to offer. We are heavily investing in US. You might have seen our campaign, PayPal Everywhere. And this is the right time to get attached to PayPal if you're looking for cross-border. We have got the right suite of products and solutions in India, in US, in Dubai, in Middle East, in APAC, wherever you want to. You can come to have a discussion. We are there in this room one-to-one. We can talk about how do we scale, how do we, which our products and offers, security, commercials, if you want to understand, because commercial is a very important angle for PayPal. I get that point. We have some programs. Flamingo is our partner. Lyxel&Flamingo is our partner. We have partnered with them on a referral model. So you can come through them also. They can service. They can get your website up and running. And PayPal is partnered with them. So we give you all the host of solutions which we offer in the market through the partners also. So you can come through them. Ashish ji is a very good friend of mine. We have collaborated in that level that we can talk, and if you have business, we can have a discussion on that, no problem at all. Anything else do I missing? I think this slide. We are integrated with all the commerce platforms, as I told. Magento, Shopify, Woo, BigCommerce, Presta, Wix, OpenCart, you name it, we are there. So that any platform you're using, we are there. No problem. Obviously, Shopify being one of them. This is the last slide. This is I had created from a partner slide. I also manage the partnership. So anybody is interested in a partnership model can scan and give you details, and it comes to me. This is all from my side. If you want to know more, please do come, knock me there on that room, and we are happy to talk more about PayPal. Anything on cross-border, anything on payments, anything on commercials, anything on chargebacks, anything you want to know, please come. Me, my colleague Raghavinder, will be happy to talk to. Yeah? Thank you so much for this session. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me patiently. Thank you. Thank you.
For the session. Now we will have like a nice, big, hearty break for lunch. There's some amazing lunch that's just getting ready. We would ask all of you to please join in. I think it's ready. And और बातें करनी है मुझे. ठीक है. Okay. So just for fun, when I joined LNF, I've been here close to like 2.5 years now. And I'm like a true blue millennial. And when I joined, I suddenly got, this overwhelming feeling.
be the MC for the second half of this slot now. I think everyone's done eating. How was the lunch? Great? Paka, any complaints, anything? Great, cool. So welcome to Elevate again. The second season, of course, this is Scaling Beyond Borders. I think we've had great, insightful sessions until now. We understood what the global target audience is about. How do we market our product across borders? And I'm sure we need to save some space within our stomachs for some more insightful sessions coming in, because I see a lot of people are already drooling and drowsing right now. So the next session we have is with Meta, and we'll have someone very interesting who's going to talk about what different audiences are, how celebrities are taking up spaces, what kind of audiences are taking space in the global market. Actually, I have a very fun, quick question to ask all of you. What do you think is the most, in fact, the fastest growing industry across online? What do you think is the fastest growing category online? As in, what industry is performing best? Yes? Electronics, okay. Anyone else? Sorry, I can't hear you. Beauty, okay. Anyone else? Having said that, I think all the businesses are growing fast. Online, yes. Home decor. There's actually not a particular answer to this one, because the question's about what is growing fastest. So the kind of industries we see right now, all of these industries are growing at a great scale, where you see people within Brazil itself ordering K-beauty and kettle sellers right now. So the market is going crazy. Another, I think, a quick question, how many of us feel that products of a brand, hum ek millennial audience ko bech rahe the, but now with Gen Z coming into the picture, it's becoming very difficult for us to market our product. Please show, just a show of hands if anyone feels that it's very difficult for us to sell our products to Gen Z, because that's a new audience for us. Is there any brand right now who feels that? Okay, yes. Any other brand? Sorry. JP Plus. CP Plus. Any other brand? I think we are all cool marketers. We know how to sell our products online then. Great. So I think that's what we're going to do today. We're going to understand what these different demographics are. While Lavanya was here, she was talking about a lot of Gen Z terms and lingos. So how do we go about that? I'll not take a lot of time now. Starting again, we have Samir, partner manager for Meta. And we're going to be talking about the session, Grow Your Exports, from Gen Z to high potential categories. Please have a huge round of applause for Samir.
Thank you. Hi, guys. Usually the sessions after lunch are little, I hope I get your attention. So guys, I don't want to bore you with the presentation, even though I have 50 slides. I want to talk to you about very, very hard-hitting numbers. So in the next 20 minutes, I want to give you some gyan. And the next 20 minutes, I want you to give me your questions. The way I want to structure this is, I'm sure you understand why exports, right? But the idea is, if you say, okay, okay, I'm agreed, I want to start my exports, then where do you want to export? Which market? What categories you should look at? How to sell? And when to sell, right? The peaks and the troughs of the American market or a GCC market are very different from an Indian market. So the idea is for you to understand what is happening in the global space, how do you sell to Gen Zs and how do you sell to millennials, and then what can you maximize on. I'll skip some slides. In case you have any questions, please feel free to stop me then and there itself, or you can park it towards the end. So I think the most important factor is, it's not us, it's the Indian government which is saying that we want to double the exports by 2030, which basically means we want to make it a $3 trillion GMV market for India. We also believe so. So what we predict is by 2028, the pace at which the domestic growth will happen is going to be half of what the global growth is going to be, which basically means if you're selling today for exports, the pace at which you can grow in exports will be double the pace of what you can grow domestically. You have multiple reasons, but that's what the analysts also are predicting. Now, a very interesting fact, 48% of the people, consumers we surveyed, have already purchased a cross-border product in the last 6 months, which also means that they're okay to cross-border products. They don't have a problem where the country of origin is not the same country as they're living in. 93% of Americans, which is the biggest export market for us globally, say that the country of origin doesn't make a difference for them. If it's a good quality product, comes at a strong price, we are okay whether it comes from India or from China. How many understand de minimis going away on 2nd of May? Okay. So, guys, we understand de minimis? Okay. Which country is the largest exporter to US? China. What is the advantage China has till now? Do you understand the under $800 rule? Got it? Okay. So I'll just explain the $800 rule is till 2nd of May, 1st May, 11:59, anything which goes to China which is under $799 is not going to have any tax. That changes on 2nd May. So that means there'll be a tariff on it. What that means for Indian advertisers? You have potential. Huge potential because you're sending from India. India's tariffs are minimal as compared to China. Another very important fact is, whatever an advertiser or an exporter sells in Black Friday, Cyber Monday, 5 days, he sells the same quantity in 5 months. But that also means that Black Friday, Cyber Monday is very, very peakish, right? Everything's going to go out of the roof. The CPMs are going to be expensive. Logistics cost is going to be expensive. That's why the peaks in America are now divided. So you start with the back to school campaign. India back to school, nobody thinks it's big, right? US, it's huge. Why I'm calling, okay. Another thing is why I'm keep talking about US. 70% of India's exports is US. You add Canada, you add UK, you've covered 85% of the market. Yes, Middle East is growing, but the pace and the scale of the American market is huge for us. So I think we probably, and what I'm going to talk about is more of the American market, but we have the version for UK. If you want to probably grow in Dubai, GCC countries, KSA, or Australia, we have that data also available. But if you're able to capture America, it is the biggest market, a huge potential for us right now. Also, very, very important thing, which I keep hearing from a lot of D2C guys, is I'll first conquer the India market, and then I'll go to exports. No, it's a parallel story. The way you sell in India is going to be very, very different from what you're going to sell in America. The packaging, the product, the sizing, the costing, the way you place your products, the creatives, the copy, the creator angle, everything's changing. The product remains the same. Okay, I think there was a quiz, right? Which is the fastest growing category, right? Online category. I have the answer, but I don't think so anyone said the answer. It's called health and wellness. Health and wellness. You pick up a pen, write Ayurveda on it, and ship it to America. It will sell. They're just buying anything which is Ayurveda, herbal, organic. It is the fastest growing category. It's a huge category, huge potential, right? Which country manufactures the most amount of Shilajit in the world? Anyone? Shilajit? Production. India manufactures original Shilajit. But the right answer is China. 99% of the Shilajit, which was caught in American customs, was adulterated by China. India manufactures actually not manufactures, processes the purest Shilajit in the world. Technically, you're right. The real source of Shilajit is India. But now with de-mimicking going away, I think it's a huge potential for us. Guys, any questions, please feel free to stop me. Happy to take those. So like I said, 48% of the people are already bought it. So there is a huge market. And these are all independent numbers by Kantar and independent studies. Okay. 93% of the businesses we surveyed are thinking about doing exports in 2025. What that means is your closest competitor is already thinking about exports. So if you don't have the first mover advantage, you're probably going to lose out on that turf also. Think about it. And why exports? It's the biggest easy. In India, you're selling in INR, right? In America, you're selling in at the multiple of 83. It's very, very, very clear. That's a very strong reason. Also, when you think about exports, please think about, yes, the market is huge. but do you have the ability to win or not? For example, in America you sell, or in GCC, you have the right kind of market for Indian clothes. But are your clothes size inclusive basis the GCC sizes? So your product might be not so strong for that market, but the market is huge. That might not be the right fit for you. So think about these lines, and all of this is shareable, but start thinking on those lines in case you want to think or you want to capture Black Friday, Cyber Monday in 2025. All of this, testing, scheduling, production, should be done by September. Whatever you are able to establish by September will sell in on 20th of November. It will not. If you want to, you think you will be able to make your mark in October and sell in Black Friday, Cyber Monday, it won't happen. The biggest guys who made the biggest dent last year on Black Friday, Cyber Monday, I have spoken to many of them. All of them had their stocks in American warehouses by July. Another very important trend, Singles Day. We think it's a Chinese thing, right? No. After Black Friday, Cyber Monday, the biggest big growth story is Singles Day in America. And what's the concept of Singles Day? Black Friday, Cyber Monday starts on 28th of November. It's that 5 days, right? Cyber 5. Singles Day is 11/11. It catches people who have the money 15 days in advance. Gen Z and millennial, we are all trying to capture Gen Z and millennials. Gen Z and millennial talk, their pace at which they talk about Singles Day is 3x as they talk about Black Friday, Cyber Monday. So Black Friday, Cyber Monday is for the whole of people, but if you're trying to capture Gen Z and millennial, then probably Singles Day is very important. We also should think about back to school. Huge. And then after Black Friday, Cyber Monday, then we have this concept called winter holiday. We all think Black Friday, Cyber Monday chala gaya, bas, we've missed the peak period. No. As compared to winter holidays, the Black Friday, Cyber Monday is double, but winter holidays is also a very, very important period for us to sell. I already spoke about this 93%, right? So when you talk about Meta, Meta will help you get on all the 4 stages of the journey. When talking about evaluation to post-purchase. I've been able to sell someone a white shirt. Now I want to sell him another product. Meta helps you get those retargets on the platform. And this is not us, it's independent research saying that across all the 4 journeys, all 4 stages, Meta will help you get better results. Now, what I said was market selection, right? I'm aligned to exports. How do I think which country should I go to? So it's a very simple framework. Think about it as a framework which says, choose the criteria which, how big is the market, which is how viable is the market, and what's your ability to win. For example, the market is huge, but if you don't have the right logistics in that market, then you probably will not win in that market so quickly. So think about the market as a matrix of, is the market attractive? Is the policy viable? At the same time, what is your ability to win? A lot of D2C guys have this problem that they're able to send the product, but they don't know how to get it back. RTO is a big problem. Reverse logistics is a big problem. There are people who have specialized in solving RTOs. So if your product has high RTO rate, then probably winning in an American market might be a problem at a time you don't have a right tie-up. So think about those lines, right? America is a very attractive market for everyone, but it might not be the biggest market for you. So when we talk about cross-border, I'm going to talk about American consumer. 5 important things I'm going to talk about. What is this American consumer? Have we able to decode it? So what is this American consumer? This American consumer is divided into 4 parts. The first most important part is that how does he make his shopping decisions? So if you think about it, it is actually that 54% of the people are okay to try products which are from different deals and assortments. This is an American shopper, right? We're trying to target him. This 54% people are okay to try products which are from different assortments, which basically means they are able to write the right deal out there. Now, we're all scrolling, right? We're all scrolling, and when we see a product which is we're very intuitive for us to buy. 44% of the people end up buying the product then and there itself. So your ad or your copy or your creative or your reel has to be such compelling that it tells people to buy it then and there itself. If you take it, if you give enough not information and you tell them to go to a website and then probably read through a lot of things, and that will take some time, right? If that takes a week, the decision goes from 44% to 16%. You've lost 1/3 of the audience. That basically means your 1/3 of the money, 2/3 of the money is wasted because the people are now out of the funnel. So your product, your ad, your copy, your creative has to be such strong that it tells people to buy then and there itself. The next one is very, very important, which is the experience. Two very, very important things which we've figured out is for consumers to buy cross-border is they want deals, pricing. And second, they want seamless experience. Because they understand it's coming from another country, they want those calls where customs, it's stuck or you have to send your certificate or all of that. So it has to be a very seamless experience. That also means that the buying procedure has to be very, very seamless. They want to see ads which are curated to them. For example, if today a lot of time consumers get ads from non-specific brands which are not in that region. I multiple times see ads which are served to me in an Arabic language. A lot of people will end up doing, okay, I have a brand called XYZ, I'll create an XYZ Dubai website, I'll create an XYZ India website, a London website. No, sorry, you don't need to do that. All you need is a real-time localization engine. The engine has to be so smart, and it's a very, very basic thing. The engine will understand where is the traffic coming from, real-time change the creative, sizing, pricing. If you're running multiple websites, then you'll not be able to ever optimize your campaigns, because then you're in a way technically bidding against each other. So personalization, curation is very, very important. The second important factor I'm going to skip through is reels and celebrities, influencers. A lot of time people think reels or celeb endorsements on reels is more of a PR angle. It is a marketing angle. 35% of the people say that I follow celebs, I follow influencers because I get to know about new brands. So please think about as reels or influencers as a very strong marketing channel. And I don't want to say that you all have to probably do a tie-up with Kusha Kapila. We have people who are micro-influencers, people who have 1,000 followers, people who have 2,000 followers. These people, there's a product called partnership ads, very simple product. You do a collab with them, easy to reach out to. Okay, what's the difference between if I tell a content creator to create some content for me and give it to me and run it from my handle, I do a media boost on it, versus I do a partnership ad. Does anyone have an idea about that? What's the benefit of a partnership ad? What is an ad? Ad is a paid way, right? You're saying, I'll pay, it will reach out to 20 people. It's all paid, right? When you do partnership ad, then the ad will show to your paid people as well as your organic reaches also. So it's a beautiful product where you're able to reach out to organically to people as well as the paid people. So think about it as a very strong lever to actually grow. And when you do partnership ads, you don't do it with a micro creator, you can do it with a big creator. Think about localization. I've seen brands which have tied up with 13 or 14 creators in UP itself. For a Bareilly, there's a local creator who's very famous in Bareilly. So they do a tie-up with that. That person has 4,000 followers. I just met a creator who's very famous in Gorakhpur. He's got 17,000 followers in Gorakhpur. An ad run on a partnership ad with that creator delivers 11x ROAS. You spend a 1 rupee, you get 11 rupees ka GMV. Because the moment that person puts an ad in Gorakhpur, so many people in Gorakhpur trust his word, they'll start ordering. So your strategy can be localization or regional or language or vernac. Just think about it. So please start thinking as creators are very strong marketing and not purely as a PR. If anyone wants me to stop on any slide, I will, but I just want to skip through the slides. Now, another very important factor is, and this is not related to ads. We've surveyed so many people, they said, we clicked on an ad, but they went off. When we reached out to them, they said, I saw an ad which says all sizes available, XL size available. I landed on the page, XL is sold out. I saw an ad, I want to buy that shirt. I clicked on it, I landed on page, it says 21 days delivery or 14 days delivery, which is the biggest problem, right? Today, a lot of brands are not able to reach out to people in America in 3 days. So I'll tell you a very interesting fact about American consumers. They love throwing money. $14 is what an average American is ready to pay on a product which is of $50 if you guarantee him or her that the product will reach in 3 days. So that express shipping, the American consumer is ready to pay for it. You don't have to pay it as a cost. But make sure you have that option available. A lot of times consumers drop off from the funnel saying, I went to the page, perfect ad, perfect website, there are no testimonials. I think it's a scam. Because it's coming from China, I don't know what will happen, I don't know the brand. So your website, your ad, your web page, your Insta page should have testimonials. These are reasons where people drop off, so your money gets wasted. Now, coming specifically to opportunities in America, first of all, understand where the American market is going. If you see the graph on the left one, I don't know if it's very visible right now in the light, but the graph is moving from 51 to 56 and 42 to 48. It's all what we say on Gen Z. It's the Temu economy, right? People are only talking about affordability. Gen Z millennials. So think about it. In probably 2 years, 56 of the people are saying we are price conscious. So they want a deal. So make sure your product pricing is very accurate and you're able to beat the competition. So that's what the whole idea of Temu is, right? Temu has just been bombarding the American market with so many products at such affordable pricing. Now with de minimis, there's no Temu in America. That's a very wide space. Trust me, if I was an entrepreneur selling clothes, right now I wouldn't be attending this event. I'll be busy make sure that 2nd May, my ads are bombarding everyone. Think about it. Temu is not there in America on 2nd May, till the time they don't figure it out. So think about it. It has to be the price conscious consumer you have to target, the Gen Z, the millennial. Why do we want to all target Gen Z millennial? Because they're people who are born between 1996 and 2010. They're the people who've just got their first salary, right? They're the people who have the purchasing power. You're trying to catch them early in the funnel. So think about it. If you're able to catch them and make a relationship, have a good experience, they'll become your loyal customers. You don't have to spend ads money on Meta. Yes, a very important factor which I don't deny is linear TV is growing in America. It's growing globally, right? Connected TV, linear TV. But the pace at which social media is growing, it's 2x. Linear TV is there, but the pace at which your Gen Z and millennials are hooking to social media is 2x they're hooking to linear TV. So we all try to get attention, right? We are all watching an IPL match. It's not the only thing we're watching. We're all looking multi-screen, right? We're on the phone, we're on WhatsApp. So that means your attention is divided, right? How do you get attention? When you see this fantastic reel coming, oh wow, this is got a hook. We call it hook, right? The reel which comes up with a splash of a tomato or someone falling from the cliff. That's where I need to pay attention to this. So that is where you catch the Gen Z. That's where you catch the millennial. So TV might be the growing fastest or fastest channel right now, but if you want to catch Gen Z millennials, linear TV is not the place. Now, ignore the chart on the left, it's too much of numbers, but you look at this chart. Social media ads, 34% of the people, and you see the way it's grown from 29 to 34? So Gen Zs and millennials find products on social media. They discover products. If you want to catch them, you need to be on social media. They understand the language of social media. They understand, they trust what is shown on social media as maybe compared to any other channel. For sure, not the TV ads. So social media strategy is to be very, very refined and targeting those people. I'm not even talking about baby boomers. I'm not even talking about millennials. I'm just talking about Gen Z itself. Now, look at this chart. This chart tells you actually that 4 in 10 people in America are directly influenced by the platform. What does that mean? Basically, that means that when they turn to research or buy a product, they look at social media as the place. This is double. This is 40%, right? Look at this chart. This says 50%. 1 in every 2 Gen Z and millennials trust social media to discover a brand and buy from it. So if you don't have a social media strategy, then you're not capturing Gen Z millennials. You don't find them on TV. Ignore this chart. I'll tell you something very, very interesting. What we're saying is, a lot of times I hear D2C founders telling me, my audience is everywhere, right? I'll see him on Netflix, I'll see him on Samsung TV, I'll see him on TV, print, news. No. The reach you get on Meta is unique. Read this chart, which says people who are actually watching online TV, 66%, those people who have been able to figure out why they want to come to Meta, out of them, 66% did not even watch Disney once in the last 1 month. Imagine there are 100 people you discover on Meta, 66 are not on any Disney platform. 48 are not on YouTube. What does that mean? That 100 minus 48, 52 is your unique reach which you got on Meta. They are the people who are only available on that Meta platforms. So please understand the power of social media and what is the power of unique reach on these people. Like I was saying, right? And I think there was a question about top categories. If you look at these first 3 categories, clothing, housewares, toys, they are Temu strong categories. We call them Temu strong, but practically means they are the Chinese drop shippers or brands which are really, really hawk this category. But look at these 4 categories: electronics, house supplies, pet, tools. They are the one, there's huge white space now. That's where you can actually start doubling down. So if you're in those categories, it's the time for you to start scaling up. It's not only D2C, I don't think so. We have people here from gaming and gambling who are into gaming and gambling. But just a side note, if you want to grow in that, then Meta is a very strong suit for you to grow across health, fitness, and gaming and gambling. And by gambling, I mean real money gaming, which is allowed by the government. Now, I spoke about Singles Day, but what are the peak purchase moments, right? I start with a back to school. Think about it. So July to August is back to school in America. 7 in 10 research about products in this time. So your season starts in July, when you have people who are already looking to buy products around back to school campaign. And back to school doesn't mean that they will only buy products which are related to education and in those categories. It's just when consumers are high on intention to buy products. So you've covered in July to August. Slowly you're moving, giving them a breather. You come down to Singles Day, 11/11. Biggest purchase moment for Gen Z and millennials. There's a graph in one of the slides, I'm going to show it. Look at the way that 25 to 34 consumer talks about Singles Day. That segment is really clued on Singles Day. Now, after that, we have the Black Friday, Cyber Monday. We all know about those 5 crazy days, right? Cyber 5. That gets over, that's not where the sales end. Then you have a holiday season, the winter holidays. And a unique thing about winter holidays, a lot of people who are above the age of 35 shop in winter holidays. What does that mean? That means they're people who relatively have more money than someone who's around 20 or 25. So that's also a very good way to start selling products and at a good price point. So Your calendar starts in July, goes up till December. You have Boxing Day, you have Christmas. So winter holidays is also a very important aspect. I think the last slide I have, I think is this one. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. Everyone talks about Black Friday, Cyber Monday. I used to only think about Black Friday, Cyber Monday until I realized this curve. Singles Day is the biggest thing for Gen Z millennials. Look at this, the way it peaks. You're not talking about, you're not trying to aim at anyone 19 to 24. You're not aiming anyone to 55 to 64 until you're a senior K brand. You'd look at, this is the person who, this is generation is the one who has the wealth, they have the aspiration and the brand propensity to consume. Look at the way they peak on Singles Day. It's a very good way to catch people early in the funnel, early in time when they have the money. It's just 15 days before. And you don't have the best, you don't have the biggest competition out there. Black Friday, Cyber Monday, it's bloodbath. Everyone's competing. Very strong way. And in case you want to target Singles Day, I genuinely believe everything, your logistics to warehouse, to shipping, to RTO, to taxation, should be done by July. It's the first product you ship to America, you'll not, maybe, I wish you do, but it's high chance that you will not get the right market fit. So you'll have to keep testing for a little bit. And that's why I say, when you start testing today, you'll probably be able to figure out what sells in that market by July, and then you're ready for Black Friday, Cyber Monday, or the whole peak season. I think that's it from my side. I've got some success stories. I'll browse through them in case you have questions on them. We can look at them. So these are brands which have been successful on Meta. So Libas, people know competing category, right? Clothes, right? So these are success stories which, and these are all last 6 months success stories. These brands started exports or tried a new product on Meta, and that's where they got success. So we've got Libas started selling to, I think, Australia and UK. Then you got an Enhanced Sense, that's a perfume brand based out of India, started selling, huge category, huge margins. Then you got Better Tax Relief, a guy sitting in Pune who takes care of taxation in America. Taxation is expensive in America. If I want to file my ITR returns or my income tax or whatever, it's expensive. So this guy has 150 people sitting out of Pune who just take care of advertisers, brands who want to get that sorted. They've got good results out there. Then again, something on Amity One, this is for individuals. Again, taxation. Bright Money, right? Which basically talks about loans, money financial advices. Again, an Indian brand really scaling up well in America. T-Box. We all have that competition called Vadam, right? Vadam, T-Box. T-Box is a great competitor to Vadam. Half the price, same quality. They've been able to really scale up well. India, again, women's fashion wear is a big category, right? I think I've got 2-3 more on fashion wear only. Jackets. This is a guy, I spoke to him. Very nice guy based out of Indore. Just imports stocks and started shipping. Then he realized I can make them in Surat itself. So he pivoted the whole brand, right? So instead of asking stuff from China and drop shipping them, he's got his own contract manufacturing in Surat, and now he manufactures them and ships to America, growing massively. Pomcha, again, Indian feminine wear brand. Malmal, scaling up massively on Meta. You see, a lot of times, and I used to think like this 3 years back, who will buy an Indian suit in America? The answer is Indian diaspora. There are so many Indians in America. There are so many Indians in the Gulf. There are so many Indians, in fact, there are Indians everywhere. They all need to, if they want to buy something fashionable and Indian, then probably Malmal is the place. Malmal is able to ship a product from India to Australia in about 7 days. And they have a return policy. It's not that your product is stuck. They are able to get it back. Again, US Polo, this is again, the India department of US Polo wanted to go to UK. They've started UK with us. I think 1 or 2 more. Two Browns, again, niche brand, women's fashion wear. They'd really be able to scale up on Meta using the power of the platform. Got more. Ritu Kumar, famous label. We were able to really, so from India, they've started going to US, UK, Canada. Again, very, very simply, they're able to scale up. This is a QR in case you have any queries on exports. Please feel free to scan this, put your queries to us or to the Lyxel&Flamingo team. We'll be happy to answer them. Cool, thank you. Any questions?
So thanks for this insightful presentation. First, I wanted to really understand, you mentioned about singles, you mentioned about Cyber 5, you mentioned about Black Friday. From your experience and from the experience that you have on brands, is there a sweet spot in terms of price points? So you gave an example about 14 to 50 because of the fact that they need it immediately. So there is a shipping express or a shipping situation that they really are happy to pay. But from an American standpoint, when they're looking at these particular things, and you mentioned also in a 2x2 grid about 25 to 34. So I'm particularly interested in that category as well as in the category of what is the threshold price point in terms of USD that they will look at.
That practically depends from the category you're operating in. So the $14 and $15 is technically category agnostic. That's why I said, if you're shipping a product which is costing a consumer $50, he's ready to pay $13 or $14. That's price basis the price one. But if you're looking, okay, for example, the easiest way to get a sweet spot is identify your consumers who are looking at your competitors and look at their pricing strategy. We honestly don't have a sweet spot because this data is pretty macro. We don't have a sweet spot data for any category, but the only way you can figure it out is looking at your competition. But like I said, the way you're able to pitch it, it doesn't make a difference on the price. Yes, they are price sensitive. That doesn't mean that they're only looking for discounts. Price sensitive doesn't mean that they're looking for discounts, they're looking for deals. For example, our brand, they just started selling kurtas in America, men kurtas. Then they realized that practically if I'm able to sell a kurta for $19.99, a lot of consumers are saying and coming back on the portal saying that, do you have pajamas also? Now, again, if you want to sell from $19.99 and then another kurta or a pajama at $19.99, doesn't make sense. What they did is, on the same portal, they created an offer saying, you buy a kurta at $19.99, you get if you buy a pajama, it's only going to cost you $10 more, but the shipping is free.
I understand your point. I think that the thing is, you mentioned about product market fit and the PMF thing. I think from a price standpoint, if I was to look at competition and then drive my pricing, technically, I don't think that's the right idea to do that. Okay. For a simple reason, because I'm losing on the opportunity of how much can I scale up in terms of my customer. Okay. So it's a propensity to buy. If I have a unique offering, whether it's a clothing or a non-clothing, food or non-food, the option becomes that much more exciting because I can scale up from a breaking the ice session.
Yeah, I got your point. I think localization engine will help. There is a good way for you to figure out that once you have the initial trials done, the system will be smart enough to say that can I sell this product to this consumer at a $34.99 as compared to a $29.99. You can do that. You can do that. You can run those A/B tests and figure it out. It's a good way to increase your AOV and obviously gross margins, but there is a way. There is localization engine can help you there. Sure. Any other question, guys? Cool. Thank you. Thanks for being an audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sameer. I think it was a very great, insightful session. Now that we know what is working on Meta, how do we sell across borders, I think it was really insightful for all of our brands to grow and how to see that we move forward. So moving next, we have another insightful session. But before that, I think we have a couple of questions for you to understand how much of us are we already aware about things. So which country do we think has the highest e-commerce sales in 2024? Any guesses? Yes. Okay. Anyone else? Any guesses? We have a gift box too, in case that's a bait. Inbound, outbound, any kind? China, okay. Any other responses? US, that's China. So with China, we see that at least 50% of all the retail sales that's happening has been highest across online e-commerce. So that's been great. Can we please have a gift for Sir, please, here? I think that too, we can just share that. Great. I think we have another question here. What's the average time it takes for a customer to decide whether to stay or bounce to your online store. I'll give you some MCQ for that to guess on seconds, and I'll repeat the question. What's the average time it takes for a customer to decide whether to stay or bounce on your online store? 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 2.5 seconds, or 30 seconds? 30 seconds. Any other answer? 10 seconds. Any other answer? चार ही है, option ही चार है. How many are there for 10 seconds? Show of hands, great. 30 seconds? Great. 2.5 seconds? Great. And 5 seconds? There's no one for 5 seconds. What if that's the right answer? There's one. Cool, great. It's 2.5 seconds. So imagine it's just 2.5 seconds for someone to make or break the deal. Great, so I think we have quite good insights during all these sessions. We'll welcome the next session with Mr. Vivek Sharma, Vice President, ShipRocket. Please have a huge round of applause for him. We're going to be talking about sell across borders, scale without limits, and global storefront simplified. So before we start with the event, we'll just have a quick understanding from you, and we can just do a quick rapid fire with you, if that's okay. Great. So if you can tell us the secret inside news about ShipRocket that we can professionally know.
See, right now I can't actually divulge any details.
Yeah.
Just wait for a little while. Maybe it'll be public in some time. So.
Great. So for everyone to know, there's some break and great news coming for ShipRocket, which is under covers and going to be revealed very soon. Cool. So, sir, anything you'd like to share about the company and something that's very great for everyone to know before we start the session?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of us, I don't know how many of you use ShipRocket, but we are the biggest D2C enabling company in the country. We were the first one to start, and we were actually the market disruptors, because if you remember earlier days, it was such a difficult task. Like you have to send a parcel from, if you're based in Delhi and you want a parcel from Chennai to Kashmir, it used to be a nightmare. How will you do it? Who will you call? You have to call Blue Dart, Safe Express, Express Bees, DEDC, request them, fill a form, they will send it to that location, that depot will arrange that pickup. It used to be a nightmare actually, because I've been in the industry for 37 years now and worked with almost all the top companies that you can think of. But with the ShipRocket, it was so easy. Just click of a button, pick up address, delivery address, and that's about it. You want to pick up from Coimbatore to deliver to Chennai, just insert both the addresses, put your weight, contents, and then it's just done. And the backend information goes to the carrier that you choose. There is Blue Dart, Delivery, Express Bees, DEDC, whichever you choose, and you want by air service, by road service, cargo, you just ship it and it's done. And you get all the updates on your WhatsApp, on your mail. And it's so simple and easy that, I mean, there's a lot of hard work and tech which has gone behind all this. And now there are a lot of companies. We were the first ones to enable all the D2C brands. And currently we do about 13 million parcels a month that we empower, to all the D2C big brands. You think of any big brand and they use, if not fully, at least partially, they use ShipRocket for one piece or the other, maybe, by ground surface, warehousing, we do warehousing. In certain cities, we deliver guaranteed delivery within 4 hours. We have warehouses, we have dark stores. You just order and within 4 hours, the product is delivered. We have ShipRocket Quick, something similar to Porta. Within cities, all metros delivered within 1 hour. So there are various products and services that we keep on adding. The latest one being cross-border, which is started 3 years back. And we are clocking close to 300,000 parcels a year. Again, we disrupted the market, because if you recall, आप लोग जो international भेजते हैं, तो all the big companies, all the multinationals that you have, the weight bracket is 500 grams, then 1 kg, and then additional half kg, and so on. But we broke this. Somebody who wants to, like my friend from Meta just said, somebody wants to send a kurta. Kurte ka weight kitna? 100 gram, 200, 300, 400. So our rate starts from 50 grams. There's only a chunni going. So what you used to pay from Delhi to Bombay or Delhi to Chennai, we probably match the same, a little bit higher from Delhi to US, Delhi to UK, Delhi to Dubai, Delhi to Hong Kong. So you pay only for the weight that you ship. So that is one big
Great.
thing that, you know,
I think it's really interesting how the entire ecosystem is built across. Sorry, I think there's a little technical glitch, so we'll just have to hold on for 5 minutes. But I think it's been really insightful until now. We'll just resume within 5 minutes, and then we start with the session, sir. Yeah?
Good evening, everybody. I gave a brief introduction about myself. My name is Vivek Sharma from Shiprocket. I've been in the industry. Yeah, thanks. So I've been in the industry for the last about 37 years. Worked in India and various parts of the world, setting up offices, setting up cross-border processes, worked with the government of India. If you know about CSB 4, CSB 5. So I was one of the enablers to get it done through the Ministry of Finance. Because initially, the Indian exporters could only export up to a value of 25,000 rupees as samples. So it was a big challenge. Only big companies like DHL, FedEx, UPS could carry, but not any Indian company. So all that was, I played a major role in this, supporting the government. Then also trying to see how Indian companies can go abroad. So I'll take you through the journey of Shiprocket, and then maybe we can talk about the process, anything that you want, anything that you think is the need of the day, need of the market, and how to address that. This is the GMV 800 billion. This is export from India as of now to all over the world. And the target is 8 trillion by 2030. Government of India has a lot of focus on exports from India. That's why they are promoting e-commerce exports in a very, very big way. 33% of global e-commerce spend is expected to be from cross-border by 2028. India is, as I think we all know, India is set to become the third largest economy globally. I don't know about you know about this or not, but Government of India has taken a lot of initiatives to promote exports out of India. They are creating export hubs, e-commerce export hubs across the country. The first one, again, being started by Shiprocket. So what that means is we'll have a e-commerce export hub in our own hub, and the custom clearance, processing, warehousing will be done in our hub in Delhi. The first one is coming up at Delhi Airport next to Terminal 3. So you can warehouse your products in our warehouse. From there, we can do the custom clearance, processing, and it will directly go on the flight to wherever it is destined for. So suppose somebody is selling kurtas or shoes, so they can warehouse the products in our warehouse. We can store it, we can X-ray it, keep it safe. The moment you get an order, suppose the manufacturer is in Chennai or in Coimbatore or anywhere in the country, so he doesn't have to wait for the product to be shipped from Bangalore to Delhi. The product is already lying at the ECEH. And the moment you get an order, at the back end we get information, we put a label and just send it out the same day. So e-commerce, if you know, e-commerce export hubs in China are in excess of 250. So that is how China's e-commerce is booming because of these hubs. They enable the exporters to just leave everything to the government. They produce the goods, label them, store them, and government helps them in a big way in shipping them out of the country. So the first hub is coming in Delhi. The second one is coming in Bombay, and then gradually, Government of India plans to have exporters all across the country. So these are basically the products that are exported from India. Blue pottery from Jaipur. Jaipur is also a very big market for artificial jewelry and expensive jewelry. If you could take a Just for everybody's information, every day about 10 to 12,000 parcels are moved from Jaipur alone. Just Jaipur, jewelry, which are weighing from 10 grams and go up to 2 kilos. So that is the kind of potential that Jaipur had, which never used to exist till few years back. But now, as my friend from Meta said, the shipping cost used to be so high that for a simple, for example, a pajay which is costing $1,000, so how would you pay 2,500 for the shipping? तो अब वही पजेब जो एग्जांपल 100 ग्राम की है वो आप आराम से 500 रुपये के अंदर यू कैन गेट इट सेंड टू यूएस into 50 rupees you can send it to UK. So the pricing has come down quite dramatically, which enables these shippers who send just one stone, 2 stones, ring, earrings, artificial precious, semi-precious to all over the world from Jaipur itself. So that is one state. Imagine the kind of potential that jewelry has from Bombay, Surat. Surat also is a big hub for jewelry. So we have all these products from different parts of the country, shawls from Kashmir and so on. So now it has become very easy for people to export. There are some of the government initiatives to boost e-exports for the future. Government is supporting and promoting MSMEs in a big way. Promotion of e-commerce at district level, which I just confirmed, because the first hub is coming in Delhi, and the second hopefully will come up in Jaipur, then in Surat, then in Chennai, Bangalore, and so on. MSMEs are growing very rapidly in India. Currently, there are 65 million plus MSMEs which are manufacturing across the country. Out of these, about 10% are exporting. 10% are doing cross-border business out of India as on date. And the total export from India, as MSMEs contribute about 45% of the total sale that goes out of India. So Shiprocket, I briefly mentioned, we've been in India for the last 11 years. We were into domestic business, warehousing, and everything that you can think of related to logistics within India. We started international 3 years back. So this is very common now with the Shiprocket, like end-to-end shipment tracking, which actually most of the players do. 100% assured shipment protection. We have multiple e-commerce integrations on our panel. If you don't want to use a cheaper product, you want expensive because your product is expensive, you want to use a faster service, then we have that option available as well. You want to use a cheaper service, you can use that. You want a premium service, you can use that. You want super express, you can use that. So everything is available on just one single platform. And everything is, you don't have to send any physical papers. If you recall earlier, we used to, for every shipment, used to send a bunch of documents, invoice, packing list, KYC. With Shiprocket, everything is on the panel. There's no paperwork required. You just upload the invoice. You just do your KYC once. And then for every shipment, you upload the invoice. And that's about it. Rest documents are already there. So there's no physical movement of paper with the shipment. Just your shipment reaches at our hub and it is shipped out. I think we all know about IEC, Import-Export Code, which is mandatory to shipment to send shipments out of India. Earlier, it used to be again a nightmare because the government of India has now made it so easy. You just go online, register yourself, your company name, your mobile number, and you get your IC code. Something which used to take about weeks and months, now takes only about probably few hours. You need IC code, you need AD code. AD code is the authorized dealer code which the bank gives you, and you are good to export from India to anywhere in the world. So these are the steps. We can share it later with you. You go to DGFT website, and this is how you fill your IC details and get your application. This is almost done in about, it doesn't take more than an hour. So as I told you just now, that we have got various services and products. Depending on your need, the value of your product, you can choose which service you want to know. You want a 3-day service, you want a 5-day service, you want a 12-day service. So depending on the value of your product and the need of speed of delivery, you can choose the service which suits your product. And accordingly, everything is done at the back panel. So you just choose that service, your label comes out, you stick the label on your shipment, the information goes to the first mile partner. You can be anywhere in the country. Your package is picked up within the same day or maximum 24 hours. It reaches our Delhi hub and it is good to go to anywhere in the world. That was our journey. In 2022, we started international exports because we have a huge seller base in India. So we started with some of the sellers who are using us for domestic. Then by 2023, we have 2,500 plus sellers. And now we have also started cargo. Earlier, we were doing only small shipments, 50 grams to 2 kilos. Now we are doing heavy shipments of 1,000 kg, 2,000 kg. We are doing sea containers. So now there's another division called cargo division, which takes care of the heavy shipments, which are the commercial shipments, which go B2B shipments, which you say. We ship to Amazon. We are partners with Amazon, we are partners with Walmart, we are partners with eBay. So this is B2B, which I just spoke about. So these are a few of the top customers that we have. We recently launched imports. In the previous session, we heard that there are a lot of challenges when it comes to imports. So as a seller on Amazon, so there are a lot of times when your goods get rejected because Amazon is always customer centric. They reject the goods, it comes back to Amazon. Now what to do with that? So we can give you multiple options. You can get the stuff back to India. We can bring it to a warehouse in USA, in UK, in Hong Kong. We can relabel it, send it back to Amazon, or we can also send it to any other address that you want. We can, if the shipment is sent under commercial mode, that is CSB 5, then we can send it on the same paper, we can bring it back to India and clear it without paying any duties, which used to be a big challenge now, but government is also working on this and we are working very closely with them. So re-imports is a possibility. Also we are doing like, recently after Shein and Temu, they are, we all know what's happening with China. So we are getting a lot of queries for containers from China to India. And actually what people are already, we were just discussing in the last session, a lot of businessmen have already started doing it. We are now importing glasses, cutlery glasses, garments, machines. We have got almost about 30-35 containers of order, which are coming to India. The business here will pay duties and taxes, clear the container, then relabel them, and then send to US. So people are already doing what we have been thinking that they will do, because eventually, after China, India is the second biggest manpower in the economy that we have. So they will not be able to produce immediately, so this is a shortcut that they're taking. They're importing from China and then probably shipping to US. So this has already started happening as we speak. So we import everything. I mean, we import, just simple imports also we do, apart from re-imports. So that was all from Shiprocket. If you have any questions, any queries, we are here to answer. My colleague Arun is here. We have a room here in case you have any specific queries related to export, import, warehousing, duties and taxes, which are countries, what are the duties, what is easy to send, what is not easy to send, what can be sent, what cannot be sent. So we can help you with your queries, and you can always reach out to us. The details are available with Elevate and L&B. Thank you very much. Any questions that you might have?
So I'm from Team PrismX. We're part of Mob Avenue. Yeah, and just right jump to it. I won't take much of a time, right? So yeah, what is Mob Avenue? So Mob Avenue started in 2017. We had humble beginnings in Bombay. We've started off our offices in Bombay, Bangalore, and Delhi. And since then, we've gone global since about the last 2 years. Now, it started off as a DSP. If you guys are aware of DSP, that'd be great. But it's a demand-side platform. We have our own in-house inbuilt DSP that's built in India and made for global consumption. I don't think many brands or tech companies can claim that because most of them are using white label solutions designed by Western brands. Now, the theme for this event is scaling beyond borders, right? And that's what we've done at Mob Avenue since last year. We started off, like I said, in Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore. Now we have offices in 10 different locations. We're there in Southeast Asia. We have a team in Moscow, in the UK, in the US, and also Australia. And we're also planning on going beyond that. We have about 8 more offices planned by the end of next year. And we're about 150 members strong. Now, what does Mob Avenue solve for businesses, right, brands? So initially we realized that, we started off in the performance space where we have our 2 products, SurgeX and ResearchX. SurgeX primarily looks after your user acquisition, and ResearchX basically ends up retargeting that for re-engagement over here, right? Now, we've kind of built a moat over there in the last 7-8 years. Now, what we realize, and a lot of brands are also asking us for, is do we have any branding solutions? Now, branding, as you may be aware, requires different sets of solutions, different sort of, for example, I wouldn't want to run a performance ad on TV, right? Your connected TVs there, I can't click on it. What good does it make? What good is it for performance marketing? And hence, we brought in PrismX. Now, what is PrismX? PrismX is our video branding platform. It's using the same DSP tech layer that Mob Avenue had built for SurgeX and ResearchX. We've added our supply channels, be it your connected TV, be it your OTT platforms, be it your gaming platforms, etc. We're there across devices and also on digital out-of-home advertising. We've combined all of that as part of our DSP layer, and effectively we're able to serve ads through multiple devices on multiple platforms through just one particular source. So for example, I want to target an ad to Ansh, right, over here. I can reach out to him on, I'm gonna reach out to him on when he's watching IPL on the particular OTT platform it's on, while he's playing a game on another platform. I don't want to serve them ads just on one platform. I can serve them across different devices. Now, what's the biggest benefit, right? Just keeping it with the theme of scaling beyond borders. I want to reach out to a fashion platform in Europe, right? I want to reach out to, say, business users in down under in Australia. I want to reach out to possibly, I'm not sure what's next, sports fans in Africa, or maybe like an elderly couple, retired couple, because I may be an insurance brand, right? I'll reach out to them in the USA, or maybe just, a tech-savvy individual in Japan, or maybe an auto enthusiast in Africa. We have those particular platforms embedded in our DSP itself. We're able to identify the right audience for you and serve them as right there and there itself. So sitting in India, you're able to go global and technically scale beyond borders, as Lyxel's just saying. And this is where we're able to serve your ads, right? We have our CTV, which is connected TV advertising. We have our mobile, desktop, digital out-of-home advertising, OTT platforms, you name it. Anything that has the internet connected to it on devices, we're able to serve ads over there. And it's all done through one platform itself. So I don't want to talk about that anymore. What I'll do more is basically talk about why CTV, which is a hero product. So for CTV, we all know that we're all addicted to the phones while talking, while even watching a movie. People are consuming content on their phones. I don't know why that's happening, but that's a sad reality of today's life, right? So we're all, while eating, when we're watching TV as well, some of them are on their phones, some of them are watching TV together, but that's the reality of today's time, right? So why CTV advertising? When you see ads on a bigger screen, and eventually retarget them on people's phones, which is what we call as house sync at PrismX, you have a higher intended user. So about 48% of the audiences are more likely to click on an ad. These are all industry reports, by the way, are more likely to click on an ad on their phones after they've seen an ad on TV. because again, there's a higher brand recall. About 70% of the people who have been exposed to an ad on TV have a better recall value of the brand. About 75% of those have said that they are generally more influenced by larger ads on larger screens. The purchase intent, like I just said, rises if we push an ad. So for example, if you see an ad of, say, this brand, Uniqlo, on TV, and I retarget you as a user on your phone devices, showing a similar ad or maybe the same product, you're more likely to purchase that within the next 24 hours itself. So effectively, if you want to increase your brand recall, an entire house sync of TV plus mobile would be the right solution for you. Now, like I said, CTV, it's constantly growing. I won't delve into a lot of the details. I just completely skim through it. But we all know that we all come from different generations. My father still watches set-top box TV, right? I think I cut my cord, cable cord basically, 6 years back, where I've just been consuming content on OTT. Big football fan, so Hotstar is my platform for that. Effectively, however, it's the same TV where we're watching content, right? My father's watching news on TV at home. However, I'm switching to an OTT platform. So these are the kind of community that we're reaching out to. Your cord cutters who used to watch content on linear TV, your cord nevers who've never been, so maybe possibly the Gen Alpha is what they call it, who've never consumed content on cable TV, and obviously the cord shavers as well, who are consuming probably live content on TV and your OTT platforms and content on this. TV is a co-viewing environment. We have multiple people watching it at the same time. There's a lot of data reporting that can be done, like how it was for linear advertising. You just knew that I'm going to target an ad, I'm going to get a 10-second ad slot on TV, and then effectively we have no idea about the analytics or the reporting of it. Now through Connected TV, we get all of it driven by data. I know that a user would have seen an ad on TV for maybe like 5 seconds, or they've seen 50% of the ad. Whoever clicked on it on their phones as well, and effectively ended up purchasing that particular product too. So I have that entire data layer embedded through my Connected TV offering as well. So how is it that we are doing this, right? We have, like we just spoke about, we have multiple devices embedded in our layer. So for example, we have a user that is watching a TV, ad on a TV. Effectively, we're able to retarget that particular user on their mobile phones when they're consuming, listening to music content. We effectively are able to reach out to them while they're consuming content or playing a game, right? And eventually, when they're consuming content, like entertainment content, watching some TV show, effectively driving a lot of conversions and your retention for that particular user. Now, this is a major issue that is currently plaguing the industry, right? Where these particular platforms generally don't talk to each other. I'm running an ad on OTT1, let's say as a brand, right? I want to target a particular user only 3 times. And I'm running the same ad on another OTT platform. Those 2 OTT platforms are not talking to each other. That is a problem that we're solving in this industry, right? We're basically creating an underlying layer on top of that. Now, the same user is not troubled with ads 3 times on each platform. It's across the platform that I'm serving them 3 or 5 ads, whatever your frequency cap is. Effectively, your brand's ROI goes up, your entire ad spends are more optimized, and effectively, your user experience gets better as well. So why us, right? There are a lot of solutions in the market, but why Prism X, right? So we have a neural network model. What that means is you can select the amount of money you want to spend between a range, and our DSP will be able to identify the kind of bids within that particular range and serve your ads over there. It'll be the most optimized pricing over there. We have an audience layering and enrichment layer. You can bring in your first-party data on our platform, effectively then enrich that user over there through our data partnerships, and then serve ads to them beyond your own platforms as well. We are a new age tech with flexible solutions. We're able to give you a lot of customer support, a lot of integrations that can be enabled through data, through content, through tech, even ad formats as well. And obviously, there's granular reporting that we give you real time. We give you access to our dashboard. You want to see what apps your ads are being run on, what time you want to run the ad on, effectively how many people ended up viewing the ad, what percentage of the quartile views that have been done. All of that is given to you real time. You're given access to it. It's complete transparency. And of course, it's not just a typical static or video ads. We have 30+ ad formats, which include a lot of innovations across CTV and mobile. Yeah, this pretty much sums it up. We have devices that are there across connected TV, across DOH, mobile, OTT platforms. We can serve your ads on-demand content, right? Whatever is there on your OTT platforms. We can serve ads to live content as well. When you're watching news, when you're watching any live sports. We're there across your advertising, video on demand, your subscription users as well as your transactional users. And effectively, you want to target ads to a particular community, a particular interest bracket, right? You want to target only HNI users, you want to target only female-centric users who are there sitting in Gujarat who only like folk music. We're able to do that through our platform. And because we have integrations across our data partners, channel partners, as well as our direct publisher partnerships, there's something called a supply path optimization, right? This effectively enables a brand to get the bang for their buck, right? Eventually, you don't have to spend a lot of money to serve the same ad because 3 different sources that we have our ads from, effectively you're able to get the same ad unit for possibly, let's say, a fraction of the cost that you would if you would have gone directly to that particular partner. Yeah, these are a few of our ad formats. Again, try to keep it visual because pretty text heavy so far. But yeah, these are a few of the ad formats that we have run in the past. We have our videos with special effects. We have L-bands. We have our QR code scanning because as you all know, you can't click on the TV, right? Maybe the technology will come in later. But right now, we have these QR code scannings that would effectively lead you to drive traffic to your platform as well. There's display ads that we do, video ads. So we're not restricted by any particular ad format. Even if you have an ad format in mind, our creative team and our tech team is able to create an entire tag for you and run those ad inventory through the benefits that we just spoke about. Sorry, it's stuck. Yeah, quick snapshot of the dashboard. I know the text is not visible, but that's intentionally so because we can't reveal our brand names yet, right? So, but the idea is that this is the kind of transparency we deal with. We talking about impressions, clicks, views, even specific details you want to talk about, you want in your report. Our tech team is able to integrate that. You get these login credentials. And it's a very visual one, that dashboard access that we give to you. This pretty much sums it up. Who is it that we're targeting? We can target your first-party audiences, second-party audiences, third-party audiences as well that we have through our partnerships. We have 30+ ad formats. We have our direct partnerships with supply channels, with channel partners, sorry, with our direct publishers as well as our data partners. And what is it that we bring to the table? We bring a lot of insights. We bring a lot of transparency. And hence, yeah, that's pretty much what we do. We just spoke about this, but exactly why PrismX over the others is what this particular slide talks about. We're talking about specific inventory that you may not be getting elsewhere. We're integrated with multiple partners that would be there. There's no platform fees. I think that's possibly our point 1 of our pitch to any brand or any client, right? You go to another platform, you'll be charged a percentage of your media spends, right? About 7-8% to maybe even double digits as well. For us, we're not charging any platform fees. We basically, you can serve ads on your platform. Whatever amount shown to you, you would be charged that itself. We're not charging another 10% on top of that. Because our team believes in a lot of customer support and customization. We handhold you from your campaign planning to delivery. I think the Lyxel&Flamingo team would know that best because we've been constantly harassing them to talk about clients, eventually getting them to talk about guest status meetings with to create more plans and effective deliver campaigns as well. And yeah, the audience first-party data as well is a big differentiating factor for us. You can bring in your first-party data, serve ads to them. You can even enrich that users because we have our data partnerships. Your match for that particular data user set that you have, we're able to enrich that through our data partners and through our data sets that we have. And effectively, the entire supply delivery is there for you to take. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm here for the rest of the day. And that's pretty much what we help you out with. Like I said, we help you with the campaign setup. We're not yes men. We're not going to tell you that, yeah, whatever you want, we can do this. We'll suggest what you want. We'll obviously hear you out. We want to understand what is it that your pain points are. We'll identify that. We'll create a solution for you. If you don't have the solution, we'll be honest about it that, yeah, maybe this is not we may not be the right partner for you, but we're able to give you the right suggestion that this is what you should be doing for your brand in case X, Y, Z are your goals, and effectively help you throughout your campaign as well as the reporting part of it. And I'm not just here to talk about my platform, I'm here to educate, and that is what we aim to do with all our partners and prospective brands as well. So in case you guys want to know more about connected TV, we're more than happy to set up a quick call or even just come down to your office. Educate the team about it. We have a team of experts from across publishers, across tech partners, as well as the brand side of it. Our team's pretty robust. They're able to educate clients as well, and that is our primary objective as well. If the business flows through, then great, but we're more than happy to educate you. But yeah, that's pretty much it from my side. Happy to take any questions. I'll be here. But yeah, I hope I didn't bore you guys too much and I didn't take too much of your time. But thank you so much, everyone. If you guys have any questions, happy to answer them right away. All right, looks like it was pretty clear, but sorry, I'll be around. Just let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to answer them all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anand?
Afternoon, everyone. And I'll try to keep this crisp and at the surface level at this point because it's more of an introduction. But please feel free to, stop in between, ask additional doubts or anywhere in between. So the whole objective here is, in a nutshell, how do we go about with going global for your brand? Or if you're already exporting, how do we proceed from that? Whether you're an existing Indian Amazon seller or not, it's going to cover all the aspects around it. So firstly, I think this is something I'll skim through, but you all know why global. What is the e-commerce base right now for us? Be it your 300 plus billion Indian MSMEs or the 1 trillion base, of what we can do. And it's expanding a lot more now with everything, plugged in piece in terms of digital interface. What are we doing in Amazon? We are across 200 plus countries, 18 marketplaces, and catering to billions of customers across. And while this is our current marketplace setup, we have neighboring countries around these marketplaces also that Amazon caters to. So this is something, just like a very small snapshot of what is already established for the first movers who've come into this industry and have made it big from an Indian seller going global point of view. So across categories, be it textiles, leathers, home, kitchen, beauty, across all aspects, we have big or small sellers who've made it really good. And the volume of USA or North America, the marketplaces, US, Mexico, Canada. So while we'll be predominantly focusing on US for today, there are options of catering your business from US to Mexico and Canada or setting up separate bases for those two. So when we talk about North America, it covers all the 3 marketplaces. So which are the top performing product categories in a way of how the queue was given? It is not just specific to one particular category. We are going strong in a lot of aspects. And this is just a small recap of what's growing right now basis current history. But there are a lot more products which may not have entered the system and they suddenly make it big. So it's not about one big or small. It's about the current growth we have seen is strong on these categories. But otherwise, multifaceted when it comes to a huge volume game when it comes to US marketplace. There's no dearth for demand. So this is the predominant Indian scenario in terms of what we have seen as the prime export cities for different categories. This is more to do with what we have seen where Indian sellers are coming up and growing global, being all the 4 regions that is spread across. And we also have many emerging cities which are coming up, which are now forming the base for global selling with us. So now I'll move to the entire step-by-step process on how do we go about with you as a brand owner who wants to scale it up and go global. So there are predominantly 4 major steps: registration, adding your products, shipping it, and then launching it with us, getting orders, receiving payment. In between all of that, there will be certain marketplace-specific compliances, which we will be covering here for US. But depending on which marketplace you wish to launch, we can take it offline in terms of what requirements will be required for any global marketplace that you need. So the first one is in terms of registration. This registration is specific to Amazon Seller Central. So when you're setting up an account with Amazon for any new marketplace, you need a new Seller Central setup. So the primary details that you'll need for any setup would be your existing documents. So if you're an Indian seller, your existing Indian documents, your email ID, credit card with international transaction enablement, your valid business address of India, along with your KYC details of the employee or any person who is legally part of that entity. That's all you need for your setup. Even if you're going global, right now in the registration step, you only need your Indian documents. And this is hardly some 20 minutes to half an hour work in terms of you setting it up. So it's very seamless when it comes to plug and play. Now moving on to what if you're a first-time exporter. So in those cases, you would need additional compliance requirements for exporting, be it your import-export compliance, your AD code with the bank, and every other setup that is needed for any first-time exporter. That is something we'll give it as a checklist in terms of what you would need. And again, there'll be product-specific compliance documents depending on the category that you're selling in, because it has to follow the US norms. So those were the things if you're a first-time exporter or a first-time registration setup. What if you already have an India Amazon account? You already have, your product offering live. Everything is already there in terms of your product offerings. Then for you, it's all the more easier that you can set the whole thing up, whichever I spoke about, in 5 minutes. How? By linking the accounts. So what happens here is, using your existing Amazon account, we just link the two Seller Central accounts and migrate your listings. So you don't have to upload all the images and other things, data around that product. We just get the ASIN SKU, and everything else, including rating reviews, will get migrated. So you don't have to start from scratch when it comes to going global. The hard-earned rating and reviews that you have accumulated over the time over here in India, Amazon, would help you scale up your business from that point. So this is the second step in the whole setup, which is adding of products. So for the existing marketplace, if you're already in Amazon India, like I said, we can migrate the listings and everything gets done through. There will be additional optimization, which we will come in and help you enable all that. And that will be market-specific customizations required, or any additional keywords that you need. All those aspects comes under listing optimization and listing basics. And again, if you're a brand owner, we can extend your brand registry. So if for those who are already in India, you'd be aware of brand registry and trademark upload there. So if you're already a brand owner with Amazon, you are part of brand registry, we can extend those rights for you for the global marketplace. So that way, irrespective of you having a trademark in the local entity, you can still be recognized as a brand owner with Amazon, which would help you with internal benefits, like an A+ content, storefront creation. But if you want to take any legal action or infringement action, you need the local trademark, which means long term, a trademark outside of India in that particular country would be best for you. But in terms of an Amazon extension, in terms of a launch, it's not a deal breaker. You will get brand owner rights through brand registry extension. So now, what are the US category related compliance? Majorly, you would have, depending on the category to category, it will change. But these are few of the common, good to know aspects in terms of which compliance applies to which category on a much stricter scale. The remaining would not be that, very strict. It will be more in terms of you have your basic export document, it's enough. But in things like if it's spices that you're catering to, you need additionally, to register with the Spice Board of India to export it. Similarly for rice and millets or tea and coffee board. If it's anything under 12 years of usage, the toys or anything with the word kids or baby, you will need additional child product certificate, which will go through testing. So these are very market space nuances, specific requirements, which we will guide you as you reach that stage after listing, for you to be able to sell it off to the global marketplace. So again, depending on if it's beauty, you need MOCRA certification. So depending on which category it is, it's not an exhaustive list for every seller to do all of this. It's very category specific in terms of what would apply to you additional to your import-export compliances. And what we also have, Amazon US being the, you could say the mothership for Amazon, our biggest marketplace. You have a lot of programs like transparency or, in terms of even this export compliance dashboard, which are different tools that Amazon helps any new seller to come in and utilize. So this is one such dashboard where with the click of, this button, it will give you everything that's specific to your particular category and requirements for that marketplace. So this is a tool that's available for North America sellers. Now, when it comes to fulfillment, you have two options. You can either do merchant fulfillment network, which is, you say you're established, launched in US, the customer orders, you fulfill it from here in India to that customer. That would be a merchant fulfilled model. The other model is FBA, fulfilled by Amazon, where you're going to store your stocks in the warehouse, whichever global marketplace you're doing. You'll still be owning it, but we are like the storage center there for you. Over there, whatever the order comes, we will deliver it within the customer promise, making it very seamless for you, irrespective of which corner of US or North America it is. And you also have an additional multi-fulfillment option, which means if you have customers outside of Amazon, you can take care of Amazon warehouses to be your point to get the pickup from and cater to those external customers too. So those are the advantages of being on FBA with Amazon. So for any global selling setup, it's recommended to have FBA because a lot of things, including returns, everything gets smoothened out when it is on FBA. And merchant fulfillment usually will not have conversions because the delay will be there in terms of catering to the customer. So you won't have that conversion. We've seen that it's very poor conversion when it comes to the seller trying to cater to customer orders because customer will not come in the first place because of who will want to wait for the product, you know, if it's a long time delay. And for logistics, what we have is something called a send program. We have Amazon partnered carriers, say UPS or Xshipment and others, where you can get the pickup, you know, done from India to the Amazon warehouses. So you don't have to have your specific storage facility in the US or any other place. Everything can be picked from India from your existing operations location and catered to the nearest warehouse that is in the US, depending on your costing structure. From there, inter-transfer, customer delivery, everything is covered under FBA. Apart from this, we also have a lot of tools and, you know, additional benefits that we give for Amazon sellers, whether it is a seller university for educational documents, videos, how to do things on your own, or be it, you know, service provider network, which will connect you to multiple service providers depending on your requirement. And there are other, you know, aspects also, whether it's advertising and all those things, which come in as goodness of other tools which are linked to the Amazon ecosystem. Now, after all this, you'd be thinking, what's my investment when it comes to going big, going with a marketplace like the US or any other global setup? So it's predominantly similar to your structure in India with respect to the breakup of fees. You will have referral fee depending on the category, your FBA storage fee, handling fee, and there's some concept called monthly subscription fee for global selling. So US being our biggest marketplace, there is a monthly subscription of $39.9. But this opens up your global selling for any other marketplace that you wish to. So if you're using the same mail ID, same account to go, you know, expand it to say Australia or any other marketplace, UK, Middle East, then you don't have to pay that monthly subscription again. It's just a one-time thing irrespective of which global marketplace you're going to. And this would cater to all of the other things that's linked to it. Now, right now what's coming up? This is a new seller incentive specially meant for North America launches, where we can look at savings up to almost $50,000 plus. Where is this breakup coming from? This is for brand owners, where you'll get a referral fee discounting. So referral fee depends on category to category. So wherever the discounting is, you'll have, you know, first 50,000 sales will be up to 10% extra waiver in referral fee, then 5% till you reach 1 lakh, and different credits, whether it's coupons or for marketing, for send. So you have lots of incentives lined up for launching at this moment. And how do we proceed with going about with your launches? We both are available here. You could simply come in or contact us with the contact details which is there. Give your mail ID and we set up a connect and we proceed with it. So right now these are the incentives which are going on, which, you know, you can make the max of in terms of also employing all these things when you're launching. With the Prime Days coming up now in June, July, it would be the setting up for success in a way in terms of your brand expansion. And for all of this, that is where this is come in specific to your market, that is US. So this is everything in a nutshell, if I have to say. Happy to answer questions or any doubts that you all have. Thank you. I hope I wasn't too fast. You could tell me if you want me to go back to any particular slide that you all had in mind. Okay, thanks everyone. Have a good day.
alongside, while you run a D2C business, from a single dashboard, how does the execution happen? How does the operation take place? We're going to talk a little about that as well. Before that, anyone who wants to talk about that when you sell something to your customer, what's the main pain point that you feel? When you're talking to a target consumer, what's the problem that we feel? That what is it that we find it very difficult to address with a target audience? Anyone? Can we have the mic there? Sir, anything that you feel is a problem for your target audience when you're selling your product? Yes. Yeah, please. Anyone who wants to talk about any kind of challenge that we face when we're talking about a target audience, even if you're talking about India in specific and marketing our products? So.
I think the key is to identify the right need.
Absolutely.
So we deal with a lot of startup companies where they come up with brilliant products. My question always to them is there a need? Is there a want in the market?
Yeah.
I think the same rules applies domestically as well as internationally. You need to first understand, and I think the point that she made about cultural nuances and understanding the TG is a very, very good point. But I think more important than that is, do you really know enough about your customer, and therefore are you going to go level 2 in terms of identifying the pain points? Because if you don't understand the culture, you don't understand the customer, you don't understand the journey, then it's very difficult to really do that.
Absolutely. I think that's exactly why when you talk about funnel marketing, from awareness to consideration to conversion, there's a point after consideration where they talk about the intent of the audience, if they're even willing to get to the final purchase or not. Fine. One last question, and I think I'll just hand over the mic to Alan here. What's the weirdest or the most surprising part of the country or any other further country, if you're global right now, you've gotten an order from? And any weird statement in the ORM section if you've gotten, or anything like that? Anyone, any submissions here? When you've addressed a customer, what's the most difficult thing that's been for you? Can we have Euronics answer that? Please give the mic to Euronics. Let's please have them answer it. Yes, sir.
We were...
That's okay. I think no one's going to judge it. Everybody's on the same page.
someone was asking for loan.
Someone was asking for loan.
We were solving their query and he was asking for loan. I guess that was a trash lead, but I don't know how we got that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, before we just invite Alan onto the stage, anyone for coffee so that there's no one who's sleeping? Great, sounds good. So we'll welcome Alan on the stage. Please put a huge round of applause for Alan from Shopify.
Hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Absolute pleasure to be here and participate once again at Elevate. This is probably the fourth or the fifth time that I'm coming here and addressing cross-border for probably the second or the third time. My name is Alan. I lead agency partnerships for Shopify. I'm a senior partner manager over there. Simple job role. I work with some of the best agencies, new, existing. They could be system integrators, they could be standalone website developers, or they could be digital marketing plus website web dev company, one just like Lyxel&Flamingo. Okay? They're one of my top agencies, and I'm absolutely glad that I see a good crowd even this year. So before I step into what Shopify brings in for cross-border, I thought I'll just give you all a quick glimpse of what Shopify is in terms of numbers, in terms of what we do, and then I'll slowly and steadily take you all through our cross-border offering as well. So this is what Shopify is done globally. We are present in 175 plus countries. We have more than 100 plus brands doing more than $100 million plus. We have merchants that sell on our platform, and the volumes go about $236 billion in a year. In 2023, that's what we did. We have close to 675 million plus customers that have purchased from a merchant whose store was built on Shopify. That is 1 out of 5 customers on this planet. So they are that much familiar with Shopify's checkout. That's the reach that we have. Other than that, we have close to 40,000 plus partners, including apps and including agency partners as well. This is what Shopify is in India. We are there here for the past 10 years. We process close to $3 billion plus volumes through Indian merchants. One point that I wanted to take you all through is 20% of our merchants in India sell cross-border. Okay, that is 1 out of 5 merchants are selling cross-border. And there was close to 70 million customers that purchased from a brand whose store was built on Shopify and it was an Indian brand. That is a very, very good figure. Some of our top categories, fashion, beauty, cosmetics, jewelry, home decor, accessories, everything that can be sold on the internet. We are the world's best platform, and what we really look to do is we want to sell more, scale faster, and perform better. So for that, we rely on 4-5 ideologies or 4-5 pillars. One is easy to use and flexibility, then scalability and trust, stability. Let me start with ease of use. To talk about ease of use, I'll give you a quick background. It was our founder who actually wanted to sell skateboards back in the day. Okay, and because he wanted to sell skateboard, he went online and he found ultimately he built his website, but then he found the whole process of creating your own website so difficult. And the question arises that what will happen if other people want to start selling their own brands if it is this difficult. That's how Shopify was born, okay? With an idea that any person who wants to build a store, any brand wanting to build a store, okay, can just go on a platform and with limited amount of knowledge, with limited products, can create a website. Until today, Shopify thrives on it, okay? Shopify is a very easy to use platform, okay? Anybody even going in for the first time, even now, today, can easily figure out how do you put a banner, where do you list your product, where do you integrate payments. It's really, really easy. Yes, complexities are there, and that's why we have agencies to help you all out. If you are an enterprise brand, you would require a little more. You would require some bit of technical knowledge. You can build it yourself, or you can take help of agencies. Okay? To talk about stability, scalability, I'll use this slide. Okay? So this is the power that Shopify has. Okay, scale. In 2024, we did close to $11.5 billion on a 4-day Black Friday, Cyber Monday event. Okay. Overall, globally, during this 4-day sale period, not one store across the globe went down. 0. Meaning every single store across 175 plus countries, millions of merchants on one single platform, not one single store went down. That's stability for you, or scale as well. Okay, we are a PCI DSS compliant company, meaning all your checkouts, your entire platform is basically acknowledged. Okay, it's safe. Talking about scale, again, Shopify's platform Shopify Plus can handle close to 35,000 plus checkouts in a minute, okay? And overall, the downtime that we have observed because of any technical issues is 0. So you'll always find your website up and running no matter what. Your website will not go down for any technical reasons, okay? Meaning you can sleep at peace at night that, okay, website at least niche nahi jayega. Rest everything is fine. Talking about innovations. So we have our flagship event that we do twice a year. We call it editions. Okay, and what happens in editions is there are updates that we do on our platform. Our platform is improved twice a year. What Shopify believes deeply is from whatever we earn in a year, we put a certain portion of it to improve the platform, because we believe that we have to be the #1 platform today, or if we have to be the #1 platform in the next 100 years, we have to be the #1 platform even today, because we do not have any other product to sell. We simply sell commerce. There is not a second product that we have that we can sell. So we have to be the #1 player today. So for that, we invest on our platform so that we be the #1 company. And these are all the innovations that you see from 2020. We have done close to 800 plus significant improvements, and these are generally updates. These are not upgrades. Okay, if it goes live across all the merchants. You need not to worry. There is no 2.1 and 2.2 happening. It's just update. Overnight, everything is updated. Talking about the platform, what is the benefit that you get by moving on to Shopify? Your overall cost of platform can decrease up to 33%. Okay, that's 33% that you save if you are doing a business on Shopify. If you are still not on Shopify, consider a reason, 33% less cost of TCO that you'll have to pay. Another reason, why just talk about platform? Let me take you through what happens if you move to Shopify Plus. Shopify today has one of the world's best checkout. So we can confidently say that Shopify's conversion is 36% better than our competitor, on an average 15% better. The numbers are right in front of you. Okay? Whether you're on Salesforce, whether you're on Magento, whether you're on WooCommerce, BigCommerce, simply put, if your brand is not on Shopify, your conversions you're losing out on conversions. Simple. These are some of India's topmost brands. Close to 25,000 plus brands across the world are on Shopify Plus. Some of India's leading D2C and or retail brands are also there. Let me touch upon some of the D2C brands. Some of these brands were actually born on Shopify as well. So the likes of Boat, Sugar Cosmetics, Nicobar, Bombay Shirt Company. And then you'll see a lot of retail brands as well that we started targeting. So you'll see Sony, you will see Unilever, 10 brands of Unilever are on Shopify Plus. Then you'll see Paragon, Westside, Jockey, Levi's today. A lot of these brands have opted to move to Shopify. Not just India, but some of world's fastest growing platforms and Fortune 500 companies are on Shopify. Some of these includes brands like JB Hi-Fi, Steve Madden, Allbirds. JB Hi-Fi is, I'll give you a quick glimpse of JB Hi-Fi. The case study is also available on Google if you all want to have a look. It's a Shopify case study. It's a $5 billion Australian retailer. It's a replica of Chroma, and probably 500x of what today an electronic company in India does. Okay, it's a $5 billion Australian retailer, and every single part of their business is on Shopify. D2C and retail both combined together. And like that, all of these are global brands on Shopify. Okay, now let me take you through Shopify of why brands are opting for Shopify and how can Shopify help you expand into global geography. 4 reasons. It's a very agile and it's a very flexible platform. So one thing that I often tell brands is, once you're on Shopify, you have the agility and flexibility. Whether you want your developer to really talk about maintenance or whether you want your tech team or your developers to talk on growth, Shopify will give you growth. That's the flexibility that we bring in. In terms of agility, Shopify has, for me, the world's best ecosystem. So any technology that you're currently using, from an ERP, OMS, order management, logistics, whatever, payments, all of those are readily available. We call it simply plug and play. You need not to sort of integrate some, if you dislike, say, one technology and you want to sort of move into another platform, another technology. Let me take OMS, let me take Unicommerce, and then you want to move into a Unicommerce today. It will take you less than a minute to just click and integrate Unicommerce, put in your credentials, that's it. You have unplugged one, you have plugged in another one. That's simplicity. On some of our other competing platforms, it would take you a developer, it will take you days or months to do it, and it will take you money also to do it. Okay? Less maintenance, I've already explained. Better return on investment. Shopify today has one of the world's best checkout. I've explained you, right? 36% better. Basically, if you're not on Shopify, your conversions are not in their place. And even innovation. Why do enterprise brands today choose Shopify? There are 4 reasons to it. For the theme of the event today, I'm going to stick to channel expansion. Okay. So one, about cross-border. What does Shopify actually bring in for brands that are actually wanting to go global? So one of the features that Shopify gets you is an expansion store. Okay. So brands can easily move, or let me give you a case, basically a use case. Brands that have actually launched, some of the brands that I've shown you, or some brands that are already available over here, like a Malmal today or a Himalaya Wellness. They have done significant business in India, and they really want to see their top line growing. So one of the ways to which brands really think how to grow their top line revenue is targeting global customers. Okay? So to target global customers, if you have a store which is in India in INR, it's not a great experience. So what Shopify gets you is an expansion store. Shopify allows its enterprise customers to have 9 additional storefronts at exactly the same cost. You're not paying a single rupee extra. Okay? So what it will allow you is to move into 9 additional geographies. If you want to move into US or into Middle East or into Europe or anywhere, Australia, Asia Pacific, you can have up to 9 additional storefronts. Okay, that's one. What can you do in the storefronts? You can target your customers independently in each geography. Okay, so if you as a brand are having, say your number 1 market is target market, or most of your customers are coming from US, it's good if you have a US store. So you're giving them a likewise experience. The store is in their language, you're offering them marketing, or you're doing marketing, or any performance or sale event according to what they want. You're having the store in their currency as well. So there is no breakage anywhere. If it is USD, end-to-end it is USD. Okay? You can have different catalogs, or you can just replicate one store across all the other regions. Okay? So Shopify Plus allows you to have 9 additional storefronts. It also allows you to have different products. So you can look at Himalaya Wellness as a very good example. So Himalaya Wellness UK, where it has their own product. Okay, the product line for Europe is different. The product line for India is different. The marketing that's happening in that region is different. The marketing that is happening in India is different. Okay, so basically having an expansion store gets you localization. Okay, that's what Shopify's expansion store gets you. So you can target your customer in their own local language, in their own local content, in their own local payments as well. So any top global payment gateway or local payments, all of it is available on Shopify. One good example or case study could be Jiva. When they moved to Shopify Plus, they moved into 3 additional regions, which bought them 100% increase in their overall revenue, and they grew their overall global customer base 2x, close to 200% of it. Okay, and they used expansion store on Shopify Plus. HiSmile is another good example. If you all have not heard of HiSmile, HiSmile is an Australian D2C company. It's into oral care. Oral-B in India is a replica of HiSmile. So they were originally only in Australia and New Zealand. Then later on, they launched into 10 additional markets, which helped them grow their overall cross-border business. And this is a small quote by one of their co-founders. And they launched into 10 different regions, which gave them an option to launch into 10 different currencies. So they launched in Australian dollar, US dollar, euro, and in pounds, okay, to scale their cross-border business. Next, I'll touch upon what omni-channel can actually get in, right? So you have your website, you're targeting customers in their own currency. What Shopify also allows you to do is you can target where your customers are, okay? So whether they are on a marketplace or whether they are on some other channel, it could be Meta, it could be eBay, it could be TikTok, it could be Spotify, it could be Snapchat, it could be anyone. Shopify is a leader when it comes to integrating any of the social channels. You can simply integrate or you can simply plug and play any of these social commerce channels, and guess what? There is only one dashboard that you have to look at. There are no multiple dashboards. All of these integrations are available. All of the data, whatever businesses that you do over there, have one single dashboard through Google, okay? So omnichannel is another one. I'll just slightly touch upon POS because POS is, we have Shopify POS in India, but in a software format. Globally, globally in the regions where Shopify is available, there is POS and we have a physical POS as well. It basically ties your retail to your offline to online, okay? In India, we have POS in a software format which can be easily integrated with any existing POS that you have. We have POS up and running in some of our brands. You can, for example, Bombay Shirt Company has Shopify POS running in. So we have integrated the Shopify POS on their existing POS software, and it basically ties their offline to online, okay? Let's get this. B2B is another channel. So what we see today is brands also have a significant amount or certain portion of their volumes on their B2B channel. Few brands that I spoke here today had close to 30–40% of their business offline. Now it could be retail, it could be B2B, okay? Now with Shopify Plus, while you can expand into multiple regions, you have omni-channel available. Shopify also has B2B available for you all. So you can get your entire offline online. Today, as many merchants or as many brands that I've spoken to, most of their business happens either on WhatsApp or it's an Excel sheet or somebody is standing with their mobile against the wall and writing down their orders. It's a very broken experience. Like it's very hacky. There's a very good possibility that you can easily miss out some detail and it can hamper your overall business. So Shopify has B2B for it. So what it does is it brings your entire offline online. If all your existing customers, their accounts can be created, any new customer can create a new account as well. So you can have an individual storefront for B2B, or you can have a blended storefront, okay, like a D2C plus B2B, one. Or you can have D2C separate, you can have B2B separate, because you have 9 additional storefronts. You can use one of the storefronts for B2B, which has the whole B2B module in it, which will allow you to create company profiles, product catalog, payments, everything, okay? Price and list discount. Let me touch upon payments just to give you all an example. So if you all have, say, 10 vendors, so all of those 10 vendors can log in individually. Those 10 vendors will have 10 different products to look at, okay? We'll have 10 different pricing as well, because if I am one of the vendors, if I am one of the gold customers, I'll get exclusive pricing. You can have different payment terms, like 7 days, 10 days, 30, 60, 45, 90, whatever, the way you want it, okay? So it simplifies your retail, it simplifies your D2C, it simplifies your B2B as well. And it also helps you expand into different platforms where your customers are. Other things, Globally, we also have Shopify payments, okay? For brands that are, for Indian brands that have entities outside India where Shopify payments is available, you can make use of Shopify payments. Shopify payments today is the world's best checkout platform, okay? It will help you to optimize conversions and manage your brands at scale. Simply put, if you have an entity, say for example in the US, okay? You open up an expansion store in the US, and you link Shopify payments, managed markets gets open. Basically, you can use multi-currency and take your brand across into all the 100 or 175 currencies that Shopify payments support. Okay, so one simple way to grow your conversion is if you just enable Shopify payments on your Shopify web portal. If not enabling Shopify payments, all global payment methods are available for Indian merchants, okay? My friends from PayPal just explained y'all, but everything from PayPal, Adyen, Stripe, Payoneer, all of it is available, okay? Third, logistics. Today, we have, I think my friends from Shiprocket were here. Likewise, any local, any other logistic player, all of those 3PL or logistic companies are readily available. Things that you should keep in mind is to ensure your delivery timelines, volume order, shipping cost. So what brands today generally tend to do is offer shipping as fast as possible. Now how you can do that is through logistics. You can, instead of offering standard shipping, can you look at offering expedited shipping for some of your customers who are in your top regions in US or in Dubai? There were a lot of questions when I was actually speaking to a lot of brands of how do we open up a global, like we want to go global. Shopify will give you the platform to go global, but how do we really go global? Like, do we have to set up an entity? No. I'll give you an answer. You need not to set up an entity. With your Indian Shopify store, you can have Indian payment gateways to your expansion stores, and you can still function. Okay. Shopify payments is one real good way to further boost up your conversions. That's one. What Stelcore does for us is Stelcore will help you do basically do the entire rules and taxation part. Like if a brand wants to go global, they need to know the law of the land, right? So Stelcore does that. Okay, it is one of our partners. It helps brands. It will help them go global, basically. Just to sort of close out on the session, a small case study. Let me take you through Vadam as a case study. Can you play this? Where's the volume? Oh shit. Sorry, just. Okay, in interest of time, till the time I show you a great case study of a brand that has gone global. Any questions that you all had up until now about Shopify or about going global, or if you have like just about any question in your mind, you can, free to let me know. I'll answer it for you all. Any of you all have, how many of you all are today doing global brands that are doing global business? Just show of hands. One. There's only one person in this entire room who's doing global. Two. Okay. Do you all have your business on Shopify or elsewhere? On Shopify? No, not on Shopify. Okay, fair point. Any questions that you have on the solutions that I've provided? Any questions about how do you hold up an expansion store? Nothing? No questions? Fair. That's all that I had. In case if you all come up, if you all have any questions about just about anything, how do you go global? Do you want to migrate to Shopify? What are the costs? What are the benefits? In the interest of the theme today, I stuck to just cross-border. Okay, I'm around over here for another hour or so. Okay, I hope you all are able to see a great case study of Vadam tea that we have. If in case we are not able to see this, you can make use of YouTube. Vadam's case study is available on YouTube for free. Okay, it's an absolute killer case study of how
India grows the finest teas in the world. There's an absolute consensus among.
I can play from the beginning. Volume बढ़ाओ थोड़ा.
India grows the finest teas in the world. There's an absolute consensus amongst consumers globally that India is known to make the world's finest teas. But unfortunately, when I joined the industry, I realized that most of our teas were getting exported to foreign brands. Foreign brands would, of course, then package it well, brand it well, and sell it at multiple X margins, while the farmers here in India were struggling on a daily basis. I started Vadam with a dream to create India's first global consumer brand. There was nobody from India adding value, making these products at source and taking it to the world, right? And that's the white space we identified and said, can we solve that with Vadam India? Unlike fine wine or liquor, better tea is tea which is more fresh. So we knew that if we want to make available the freshest cup of tea to consumers globally, we had to go direct to consumer. And Shopify Plus helped us do that in a seamless way. We now have an unprecedented capability of owning the entire consumer journey right from the time they came to our website up till their third, fourth, fifth, sixth order. And the kind of features Shopify has in terms of their dashboard, in terms of their order dashboard, in terms of their analytics, it just helps us reach our customers better. It helps us increase the lifetime value of our customers, and most importantly, get that second repeat order, which is so important in any consumer brand's journey online. I think we're just getting started. We started Vadam with a vision to take India to the world, and over the last 7 years, we have focused on building the why for the brand and tea as a category. We will always be a digital-first brand, and Shopify Plus is the platform we believe we will scale up with over the next 7 years as well.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for holding up. If at all there are any questions, I'm right here. Thank you.
We are in the business of selling jewelry and not building custom tag.
Thank you so much, Alan. I think it was very knowledgeable, and I hope we all agree to that. So right before we go to drinks, I have some questions again. So I think any one of you could raise your hand and answer to this one. If you could launch your brand in any country tomorrow, because I see we're just 1 to 2 brands who are global right now. So if we want to launch our brand global anywhere, so which country would it be and why? Anyone who wants to answer that, or I'll have to pull up someone now? Yes, sir. Can we have the mic here, please?
So GCC.
Great.
Yeah.
I think we knew that before also, you had mentioned of it. Someone else raise their hands too. Anyone who wants to go global, and where would you want to go? Yes.
In Dubai, because it's a luxury place and we will want to sell our products, which is just put a luxury vibe there as well.
Absolutely, wonderful. I think that's a good
Thank
call
you.
for the kind of marketing audience also you want to cater to. Another question is, what's stopping you from going global right now? Is it logistics? Is it marketing? What is it? So the brands were not global. What is stopping you from going global?